And we're going to give some folks some time to join, and I'm going to get our YouTube streaming set up. Okay, we should be in business now. Well, welcome everybody. Welcome to the memory work for Black Lives Online Plenary, hosted by Don't Shoot Portland, Holding Contemporary, and the University of Oregon Libraries. We're so excited for this turnout and getting to listen and hear from our amazing speakers today and tomorrow. I'm Kate Thornhill, a digital librarian and archivist at the University of Oregon, and I'll be acting as today's events host and webinar support, as well as for tomorrow. Even though we are on Zoom, the UO Libraries would like to share a land acknowledgement before we begin. The University of Oregon is located on Kalapuya Ili, the traditional indigenous homeland of the Kalapuya people. Following treaties between 1851 and 1855, Kalapuya people were dispossessed of their indigenous homeland by the United States government and forcibly removed to the Coast Reservation of Western Oregon. Today, descendants are citizens of the Confederated Tribes of the Grand Ronde Community of Oregon and the Confederated Tribes of Siletz Indians of Oregon, and continue to make important contributions in their communities. At UO and across the land, we now refer to as Oregon. We also express our respects for all other displaced Indigenous people who call Oregon home. So thank you again to all of you for joining us. Before I introduce Teresa Rayford, founder of Don't Shoot Portland, I'd like to run through some Zoom housekeeping that will help us be engaged with our speakers and experience their talks today and in the future. First, for anyone who needs closed captioning, we've enabled Zoom's live transcript feature for you to use. It's located down at the bottom right of your Zoom window. Second, this plenary is meant to be a discussion space. We ask for everyone who would like to ask questions while presenters speak, please use the Zoom's Q&A box. Speakers are also able to see your questions and answer them. We also have given attendees the ability to raise their hands using Zoom. And our speakers can also answer your questions that way during the presentation as well as afterwards. Third, if you'd like to see the plenary schedule for today and tomorrow, please look at the chat. I'm gonna paste it in there for everybody. There we go. So the plenary schedule is in the chat and you can view it there. I'd also like to note that for each day of the plenary, there'll be a 1-hour break before we continue with the second half of our programming. And finally, this event is being live streamed through Don't Shoot Portland's YouTube channel and is also being recorded so that it will be freely and publicly available on the Memory Work for Black Lives website. And now I'd like to introduce Teresa Rayford, who will share her opening remarks. Teresa Rayford is a founder of Don't Shoot Portland, a Black-led community-driven nonprofit in Portland, Oregon, that advocates for the accountability to create social change in the spaces of human rights and racial justice. In addition to serving as the executive director of Don't Shoot, Teresa maintains a strong presence in the city through her constant organizing and philanthropy. In 2017, Teresa participated on the Society of American Archivists panel, the Liberated Archives Unconference, where archivists responded to the movement of Black Lives. It was at this point she issued a call to action to the archives community to bridge resources and educational support for community-based archives and preservation. In 2018, Don't Shoot Portland hosted a workshop with Documenting the Now, including archivists, historians, and librarians from across the country. The following year, Don't Shoot Portland worked with the Portland Museum of Art during Hank Willis Thomas's exhibition to once again build out Liberated Archives for Black Lives workshops as resident artists during the exhibition. This programming was promoted not only to the museums and institutions, but it has been shared in libraries, classrooms, and other community spaces. Don't Shoot Portland has been leading force in protests for racial justice in Portland since 2014. After the murder of George Floyd, Don't Shoot Portland responded to the violence used against protesters and was at the forefront of fulfilling a successful class action suit against the city of Portland and suing the Trump administration for the federal response of those suspending the right to protest. Don't Shoot Portland also published an in-depth report on riot control agents in June 2020, illustrating the irreparable harm caused by RCAs during the COVID-19 respiratory pandemic. Recent projects include public intervention art installations and ongoing advocacy and free arts educational programming. Teresa, thanks so much for being here. The mic is now yours.
I have to learn how to unmute myself. Thank you so much, Kate, and thank you for everybody that's tuned into the program today, and especially our panelists. I just wanted to issue out a couple of thank yous because this wasn't an easy task, and a lot of people committed the time and effort to help us make it happen. I wanted to thank you, Tiffany Harker from Holding Contemporary, University of Oregon Libraries, Danielle, Kate, Mandy, Audrey, Olivia, Doug Hodson, Andrew Wang, Franny Gray, David, and Alicia. I also wanted to thank the people who funded the plenary and the exhibit, the University of Oregon Library Exhibits Committee and the University of Library Innovation Fund, as well as the donors that support Don't Shoot Portland. I wanted to also thank Karen Sue from Omnivore Design, who's done a lot of work with us on our exhibits for the Liberated Archives work, and all the community members whose efforts to show up in our stance against racialized violence and state-sanctioned discrimination. Those people participating in our actions have given us the need to save and document these archives that we hold. And so we want to thank everybody involved in showing up, including Multnomah County and the City of Portland Archives, who are giving us space to house some of our stuff. They're not claiming it, they're not using it, they don't have access to it, but they have given us a lot of shelves to put our notes and our banners and a lot of the things that we believe are valuable for future generations. And so with all that being said, just thank you to everybody that shows up for Black lives in our community, and continue to document if you can. I'll give it back to Kate.
Thank you. And now I would like to introduce Dr. Aisha Johnson. Dr. Johnson serves as the Associate Dean for Academic Affairs and Outreach, an educator and scholar, experienced in academic program assessment and administration, curriculum development, and outreach. She stands on a soapbox of advocacy for underrepresented communities. Her scholarship focuses on the development of literacy in African American community through the development of Southern public libraries. Dr. Johnson's impact has been recognized with honors including the Distinguished Alumni Award from Florida State University's iSchool and the Freedom Scholar Award from the Association for the Study of African American Life and History. Dr. Johnson, the mic is yours.
Hello, everyone. Let me know you can hear me and see me. I want to have my chat open, and we are going to have a conversation I'm in Atlanta, so this afternoon, but you are in Portland and wherever you are logging in. So good morning, good afternoon. Thank you all for joining us today. I am Aisha Johnson, of course, they noted. Awesome, thank you so much. During this presentation, this conversation, if you will, please feel free to raise your hand or put it in the chat. I'll leave time at the end for questions if you like, but if you have something burning, I am absolutely fine with you either raising your hand or put it in the chat. And if I don't see the hand raised, I'm pretty sure someone else will catch it. So today I'm going to talk about my path to librarianship, archives, and of course, diversity for representation. I'm going to share with you some of my own research, and what I want you to take away from that is how important diversity in practice, which is service, profession, which is the people who are providing said services, and the curriculum, meaning what we're teaching to the professionals who are serving you. all ties together in the need for representation in society for adequate service and efficiency. So I give you a little antidote that I don't share too often outside of my classes. I had this obsession, as many of us do, with reading at a very young age. And I had this probably a little bit more weird obsession where I wanted to be the Librarian of Congress when I grew up, right? The weirdest thing, I know, but that's what I wanted to do at a very young age. And after doing some research, I noticed that it was just older white men. And in that instant, I said to myself as a very young child, I would never be able to do that. Because one, I'm not a man, and two, I will never be white. And in that moment, while we don't really understand what's going on, but subconsciously, a dream just had been demolished. It is such a need for people of color and those belonging to marginalized communities to see people who look like them, who represent them, in order for them to be able to fathom that they can do it. And when I met Carla, Dr. Carla Hayden, our first woman and Black woman of the Librarian of Congress, of course, I told her this story. And of course, we laughed because it is weird for a child to want to be Librarian of Congress. But I thanked her. I thanked her because while that dream for me, did not work itself out because I didn't see that representation. Now we have generations of people who can actually fantasize and achieve that because now they see a Black woman in that position, right? So that makes a significant difference. So when we talk about diversity for representation, we're talking about generational changes. We're talking about shifting the mental possibilities for BIPOC communities and marginalized communities as well. Diversity for representation is not surface level. It's not simply, well, we have this type of person or that type of race or that type of gender. It's about community building. It's about expanding the profession. So those are things that I personally resonated with. So I try to be the representation for those in school to become librarians, for those I am serving in academia and in the communities, and I, alter or innovate curriculums to ensure that we are being mindful of the various communities that we do indeed represent, but also service. So my research focuses on things of that nature, specifically in the African-American community, and of course, research as civil social justice. So I'm going to share with you some of that research, and all I want you to think about during this discussion with my own book and things of that nature is, what if this program never happened? So doing research, of course, there is always a possibility that you're expanding on a conversation or or filling a gap. And my line for any research, anything I'm doing in academia, anything I'm doing in my life is be intentional, be impactful. Because you never know who's watching, you never know the impact that you can have at whatever level, and let's be clear, you do not need a leadership position to be a leader. You do not need a leadership title to be representative. You do not need to be in a certain level in your profession to have the impact that we need. Stephanie says, Black women who are community librarians are the heart of the learning, literacy, and mentorship. Absolutely. Side note, literary societies, Black women literary societies played a pivotal role in educating communities very early on. So with this, be intentional, be impactful. Toni Morrison, who's one of my favorites, always said, if there's a book you want to read, but it hasn't been written yet, then you must write it. So I did. I took that quite literal, and I share that with everyone. That is your job. When you discover, you must share. So I wrote The African American Struggle for Library Equality, which is an untold story of the Julius Rosenwald Fund Library Program, published fall of 2019. And of course, there's a discount code if you would like to purchase the paperback or the hardcover. The Julius Rosenwald Fund, you may have heard of. If you have a grandparent or great-grand who went, or maybe even your parent, depending on your age, if you have one of those who went to school in the South, 9 times out of 10, they attended a Julius Rosenwald school. The Julius Rosenwald School rural school program, builds out a little bit over 5,300 rural schools in 15 southern states. Now, I want you to be mindful, let's talk about how big that is for one man in his foundation to do. Let's be clear. The Federal Department of Education is very recent. It is quite young. It comes under the Carter presidency. And a lot of people think it dates further back, but it does not. The Federal Department of Education comes under the Carter presidency. That means that we did have state departments of education, but there is no uniform policy, rule, movement, what to invest in. So the state departments were investing in whomever, not whatever, whomever they wanted to. And for a time period of 1917, you can guess along the Northeast who they were investing in. However, in the South was so rural, businesses didn't want to come there. They had the plague and arresting of slavery and segregation and Jim Crow, and big businesses did not want to be associated. So the development of the South itself is quite stalled simply because of the plight of slavery, right? That custom that the rural area the region did not want to let go. So a lot of the development that happens in the South is grassroots. It is community-based. No matter what we do to develop together, it will always be community. We can have organizations and corporations, academia in place. I am an advocate and supporter of those, but more so than anything, community, engagement, involvement, coming together. That is how we as a society will always win. You look at various social movements over time, community involvement is what elevates the movement, right? So the same thing happens with libraries in the South. It really happens through philanthropic efforts, right? So you've heard of Andrew Carnegie, who produces nationally and internationally, a few international libraries as well, about 2,000. But then there's Julius Rosenwald, who has the Julius Rosenwald Fund, and their focus is on schools. Well, one of the administrators, Samuel Leonard Smith, says to them, well, the schools are great, they're wonderful. You know, you have multi-generations in one classroom, which is funny because now we're back to that, right? History is cyclical. And they said, we have all these people going to school around harvest, but there's no books. So the school really becomes mute without the books in place, without a library in place. You have a school. Julius Rosenwald begins to focus on library philanthropy within the schools, and it expands beyond. So we're going to talk about that. But philanthropy in Southern libraries really does indeed focus, thank you, Kate, really does indeed focus community, charitable organizations, philanthropists, and local Black communities are developing this culture of reading. So let's talk about this library program. The goal, all in all, is to improve literacy and enhance educational opportunities for African Americans. Let's be very clear. Information literacy is not your capability to read and write. Those are human necessities of survival. Those are survival skills. Information literacy is saying, I don't know something. It's recognizing that you have a gap in information. Once you recognize that gap in information, you as currently realizing you're missing this gap, you have to know where to locate those resources. Once you're able to go to that place, you have to be able to synthesize, decipher, and find relevant information and say, this is good, this is not, and then you're able to share it, regurgitate it, understand it, comprehend it, right? That's information literacy. We often get it confused where we're thinking, oh, I can read, I can write. But a vast majority of people are not indeed. I always tell my students, when you come to college as an undergraduate student and you think you know it all, how do you feel at the end of that matriculation? Right? You feel completely different. You feel that you know more than you ever thought that you did not know, right? That education, that access to information, that is the development of information literacy. Now let's think about a time period in the South where not even white people had access to books, right? And then you also have African Americans who are still living post-Reconstruction and barely making it. Julius Rosenwald focused on African American literacy as a way to build, from the ground up, really build community. Now, while he focuses on rural schools, the program actually ends up expanding to historically Black colleges and to county libraries. County libraries meaning public libraries as we know them today. And we'll talk about the beautiful interactions and engagement that happens, but really the elevation of just access. The beautiful nature that access to information provides to people and what they can do with it. So start with the rural schools. Julius Rosenwald, one thing you will know about Julius Rosenwald, if you do any research, if you've read any of my work or the work on the schools, Julius Rosenwald is a philanthropist who does not dive in. He's very strategic. He's a businessman. He's a former CEO of Sears, Roebuck & Co. He's very on the ball on, let's test this. Let's test this and see how it works before we fully dive in. So each program, you have to know that there is a match. Each program has a match to it. It can be $1 for $2 if it's a rural school. If it's a college, it can be $2 for $4 and similar with the county. So for every $2 to $4 that the organization put in, they were expecting $1 to $2 fundraised by the community or the institution, right? Be very clear. This was a time that people did not have money. This was a time that people did not have money, but they wanted access to literacy. They wanted to develop literacy so bad, the communities would come together and scrape and raise money. They would even help build these buildings. So we had in-kind, we also had monetary, right? Contributions. So when we get to the point where we actually have the money to provide to the organization to build the schools or fund the building of the schools, but also the libraries within the schools, he's going to do 10 libraries in each participating Southern state. So there's 15, keep in mind, there's 15 participating Southern states in the rural school system. Now the library sets, when I say libraries, library sets, we're going to exchange those words back and forth. A library is a collection of information, right? Well, at this time, it was strictly books. So each library set would have 150 titles, up to 150 titles. And of course, they would educate the principal and the teachers about libraries, about the information within each book. They would have to read all the books. That way they can do what we call today reader advisory services or the reference interview with their students. This is not a time period where we have defined librarians, right? We don't have our formalized programs until a little bit later. We don't have our formalized programs for Blacks until a little bit later. But there's free access and use of these books. Now, because of this consistent addition of books, what we now call collection development, these books would also leave the school and go home with the students. See, there's this misconception that Black students did not read or could not read because their parents did not read or could not read. However, these annual reports that came back on the circulation of the books actually reported that when a student took a book home, at least 5 other people read that book. So see, now it becomes a thing of, it's not that Black people didn't read. It's not that they could not read. The thirst was always there for information. There was just no access to this information. And that is a significant difference that can change generations, that can change lives, that can open the horizons for African Americans. It's really about access, right? So we also see this thing of reading encouragement, you know, where you're consistently adding different books, or you're asking questions, you know, you're having verbal book reports and discussions, and they will visit the schools and be very impressed with the eagerness of the students to talk about what they're learning, to talk about what books. The students would know the stories front and back. The officers were surprised by the eagerness. The principals and teachers never were. So again, this misconception that Black children could not read or did not read because their parents could not read or did not read was completely false. It was a chosen narrative. It was a chosen misconception that was comfortable for others, instead of saying we need to provide access to these communities. Now, the African American College Division, which is deemed the most successful division because many of these institutions that were assisted still exist today, and you can actually locate the original library on the campus, but you're going to need to do some mapping because Julius Rosenwald didn't like to put his name on things. The highest level of giving, charitable giving in the Jewish heritage is anonymous on both sides. They don't know where the money's coming from, and you don't know who you're giving the money to. It keeps the genuine and the authenticity of the intent behind giving, right? So the African American colleges, which are now known and designated at historically Black colleges and universities, so you'll hear me say HBCUs. These were originally teacher training colleges. Tell me, how can I adequately train teachers if we don't have children's literature? If we don't have a library focused on the development of literacy for children, that we are training individuals to become teachers to go in the community and teach these children. So by the very nature, a lack of the library makes the institution insufficient. By protocol and policy, these institutions could not gain accreditation because they did not have the library. So if you ever email me, you'll see this tagline where it says the library is the soul of the schoolhouse. I wholeheartedly believe that. The library is the soul of the schoolhouse because it can make or break accreditation still to this day. The library is the soul of the schoolhouse because it is where literacy happens. It is where intellectual freedom is celebrated. It is where we provide development of people. You're expanding your mind, you're being exposed to more things, your horizons, which also means you can do more things with your life. So these experimental colleges, because again, Rosenwald starts off with a experiment before he expands to many. And now be very clear, when we say the Rosenwald Fund began in 1917, we're talking particularly about the schools, but the fund's library program is going to come about in about 1927 and 29, depending on the division of libraries they were focused on, meaning the library types they were focused on. The college libraries are going to start 28, 29, that academic year as we call it now. So it's going to start with these experimental colleges, these teacher training colleges, these normal schools, Agriculture and Industrial State College in Nashville, Tennessee, now known as Tennessee State University, Southern University in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, Tuskegee Institute, which is now, of course, Tuskegee University, notably still in Tuskegee, Alabama. Petersburg Normal and Industrial Institute, now Virginia State College in Petersburg, Virginia, and Winston-Salem's Teacher College, which is now Winston-Salem State University in Winston-Salem, Salem, North Carolina. Those are going to be the initial experiment. Now, what happens is around this time, and we'll talk about this, Hampton Institute, which is the first institution, HBCU, to develop a library services program, library sciences as we call it today, program for Black people. So when we're doing these experiments with the colleges, we're building them an adequate library, number one. We're building them an adequate library facility and collection, right? And during this year, this construction's happening and the collection development is happening, the teachers, an exemplary teacher is selected and the teachers are sent to Hampton for a year of study. So when they come, when they return, when they graduate from these programs, now they have an adequate facility and they also have a beautiful collection and they are ready to do all the reader advisory and reference services to the faculty, staff, students, but also the community. Because organizations, this is before we had this public library. So the HBCU serve the community. So you see how important Black institutions are. Though there was pure intention on holding back that Black institutions and organizations in the South, the goal was for those institutions, those cultural heritage-based institutions to lag behind that of white institutions and organizations. But historically Black colleges intentionally focused their work not only on the people attending, but also the community. So this was intentional delay. This was intentional, what I call disadvantage by design, right? So they return and they have these beautiful facilities and they have these beautiful collections, and the colleges are doing reader encouragement and book lists for the community, for the students. They're assisting the faculty with, their curriculum as well and their lessons and the things, because of course the academic library supports the academic programs, right? So they're able to gain accreditation. This is a significant thing. If you note, even if you are in library school and you're looking at a librarian job, they want that degree to be from an accredited program, accredited by the American Library Association. So if these schools did not have accreditation, it makes it that much more difficult for anyone coming out of any program of that organization to gain employment in their field that they've just spent 4 years studying. So while we do highlight and celebrate all of the libraries that the program elevated and access provided, colleges change generations and communities. But it is a ripple effect when you have one person, because somebody has to be first gen, right? Somebody has to do it. Not the easiest job. Been through it, understand it. But someone has to dare to go forward. And it's just a little bit easier to dare to go forward when you have the support in place, in-house, this institution, right? So of course, we're educating the teachers and the students about the library because oftentimes this was first access to them. A lot of them went through grade school without a library, right? So we're also documenting everything that's going on. There's going to be constant accountability in annual reports for 5 years in each division. Again, this was deemed the most successful because a total of 43 HBCU libraries between 1927 and 1947 were built, funded, and also supplied adequate collections. Now, the rural schools, the rural high schools are going to really change the game of librarianship. And a lot of people don't know this because the whole concept of library as place, as the physical place, a lot of those notions come from here, from the furniture to the lighting to the placement of where books should be, right? Comes out of them designing the high school library. Now, this is going to be the largest undertaking for them, right? The high schools, I mean, they're focused on not only the quantity or the quality of the literature, they're also focused on the quantity of quality literature, right? It's almost like a small academic or small college libraries. They're putting 2,000 titles and a minimum of 15 periodicals. And we're really focused on the library facility. There's 10 points, almost like a checklist for the libraries. Again, the lighting, the furniture, the temperature, the placement of where things are to keep people or draw them in more, keep them comfortable so they stay longer. We're going to see that here. We're going to see the development of that happening in this space. Aid was granted with further restrictions, of course, to influence educational practices beyond the library, including levels approved by the state's Department of Education. The high schools were not accredited, you guys. If the high schools are not accredited, how do you get into an accredited college? Can't, because you need that accreditation. That accreditation is a validation that says this person has a minimum understanding of this curriculum, an approved state curriculum. But without accreditation, because of the library, but without accreditation that says, no, this person is not ready. They're not ready. And a lot of people found that to be a dead end, because they could not progress without that accreditation. But this between the HBCU libraries and the high school libraries, you're going to see a significant change in the educational landscape for African Americans. Offers were initially restricted to four-year high schools. That's where we focused on, but our grade schools are not like they are now, where you had elementary and middle school infused together. And then you had high schools that some would go between 4 years and 6 years because they lack accreditation, right? An inclusive list of books was created and approved by accrediting agencies of several southern states. From that list, a smaller list was compiled to meet the requirements of the accrediting agencies of those states from which book sets could be assembled. So they were approving the library set, the book list as well. Aid was also offered towards the extension of existing libraries in African-American schools where the facilities were inadequate, meaning they may have not qualified for the program exactly as is, but aid was indeed extended to assist them still. So even though some people couldn't, some people, some schools, some organizations and communities could not afford to do the match or didn't achieve the match, they were not shut out. Take the message from that for what it is. Because people are not able to fully participate in something that they need, they were not shut out. They still were assisted. That's our job as librarians. That's our job as archivists. That's our job as educators. We still are here to help the masses, no matter the class system that is constantly pushed and solidified in many aspects politically. We're still supposed to help everyone. Let's talk about this county library demonstration program, which is just beautiful, fascinating, because prior to, we did not have what we call county or public libraries. Again, the colleges and high schools were serving the communities. So our county demonstration is going to be a 5-year county library demonstration in which Rosenwald Fund puts $500,000 towards, with the intent to develop proper service in giving counties and to work out the optimum scope and methods of library services countywide. Carnegie does indeed assist with this effort and extends it to years, 2 additional years. Now, there was some stipulations here. There's definitely some stipulations because many states had anywhere from 2 cents to 11 cents per capita for library services. That's terrible. So one of the things, because Rosenwald always wanted to start something, but he wanted the community and the organization to be able to sustain it, because he did not want his fund existing in perpetuity like, say, Mellon or Rockefeller. He didn't want that. He wanted organizations and communities to be able to depend on themselves once they were established and educated. So it was never a handout. It was a boost, right? So only 7 states, be very clear what's happening here. 7 states were able to participate with the counties that are listed here on this PowerPoint. Now, one of the stipulations, besides financial matching, the increase of per capita to a minimum of 50 cents per capita, which is quite reasonable for the time period, but still little. Because remember, there were some states that had 2 cents, right? And they had to be able to plan for that 50 cents and guarantee it. So some couldn't participate. But we have the per capita, we have the financial match that's happening, and probably the most significant thing I've ever read a philanthropist require of this time period, because we're in 1928 period here, right? 1928, 1929. The Rosenwald Fund in the Deep South in the 1928, 29, 30s era requires the county to allow access to the library facility and collection of people, all people of the county, Black, white, urban, and rural. That means desegregation happened long before in these small counties. Think about the states. Think about the states that are. These are some of the bloodiest states that we know of, the history, even just the civil rights movement not long ago. In the early 30s, these states were desegregating, the counties were desegregating so they can have access to literature. Now, we don't know what happened between, say 1937, 38 when the program ends and the civil rights movement, of course, where segregation is buckled down on. But we have to recognize the significance that is Walker County, Alabama desegregating for access. Now, that's not to say that everything was equal, but we're talking about access here, right? There's always work to be done. But these small counties desegregated, county and parish, Louisiana, for access to books. That is something that we had not, Carnegie didn't do that. He would give money to the white community and to the Black community, right? Case in point, here in Atlanta, he gave $100,000 to the white community for a library in 1901 and $10,000 to the colored community. They were not able. He gave another $10,000 later on with the persuasion of a librarian who is an ally, but the colored community wasn't able to open that library until 1921. 20 years later. Rosenwald wasn't having that. He understood that because of the history, focused efforts, intentional efforts, strategic efforts were needed, right? So we're gonna see what we call librarian's place develop long before our profession actually dubbed this concept. It's really focused on rendering services. Library is an educational, recreational, and cultural place. So they're providing those types of services. We see paid collections and regular circulation of books and a variety of special programming. Also, you're gonna see the concept of the bookmobile come out of this. It's not new. It comes out of this. There's beautiful images in the archives and in the book as well of students and teachers at the county bookmobile. It's amazing. Where there's once this concept that Black kids don't read, you see them reading in the classroom, you see them reading at the bookmobile. It's a beautiful thing. There's also an expansion of adult learning programs like GED programs that we have today. Because again, this is a rural time period where people went to school around harvest and some people just didn't have the opportunity to go to school at all. Because it was just a matter of survival, right? They lived along harvest, they worked along, went to school along the time period, right? This year-round schooling that we have now is not a thing. But you're gonna see extensions of musical and drama organizational programs, exhibits, traveling exhibits even, art galleries, and the circulation of images, slides, and music scores, and phonograph records. You're also gonna have quarterly reports because again, the Rosenwald Fund is very much so about documentation of the impact that they intend to have, and they want that intention to actualize. And of course, there are practices at non-Rosenwald libraries. Again, everyone couldn't meet the requirements, but they didn't leave them out. But you also saw an influence of people seeing what funding could do. So you'll see cooperative efforts, collaborations, and partnerships between counties. But the Rosenwald library sets were indeed offered up and provided to them as well. Cooperation and professional training of teachers and librarians, and a cooperative study of the regional problems, which means social studies, race relations. Now, I would be amiss if I didn't note that the program goes beyond its intention. We're going to see the shifting and changing for state library commissions and inclusion, calling some of them out that are, segregated, and even their membership. The development of library schools, scholarships, fellowships, training institutes for Black librarians, and meetings or conferences, as we call them today, seminars. And extended library services to predominantly African-American populated cities like Chicago, various parts of New York. And of course, library services for military people, because this is the first time they're leaving home and ever being around people that don't look like them. So a lot of violence ensued, but if you can educate people on the contributions of African Americans to America, we can have just some better people. Yes, absolutely. So all in all, this program is about the need. It develops the need or makes apparent the need for Black librarianship. There has always been and remains an undeniable need for adequate representation in libraries and archives to provide services to all people. I tell my students, if you, the very first class that they take in the library science program, I tell them, if you are not here to service all people, this is the wrong profession for you. Same thing with archives. It's a service industry. And we're supposed to service all people. Access to information provides an undeniable impact on diversity, equity, and inclusion, right? And now we're extending that to belonging because it goes beyond lip service, residency programs, check boxes. How do people feel? We know our intention, but are we living up to it? And of course, the Rosenwald Fund plays a key role in advocating, supporting, and funding the formalization of Black librarianship. So one of the conditions, of course, of the fund is granting aid to county libraries and requiring them to have a trained librarian. That's really hard in the South when you don't have a program that's educating Black librarians, right? Well, there is a Carnegie Library School of Atlanta in, of course, educating from 1905 to 1925, and eventually it's absorbed by Emory. But they were only training white librarians. It's in Atlanta. Atlanta's always been Atlanta, Black Mecca, but they were only training Black librarians. So Julius Rosenwald, of course, I mentioned about the development of Hampton. There was this chicken or egg debate, and they basically decide that, yes, they need a library and training at the same time. So you see the development of Hampton Institute Library School, but they're not the only. They're not they're the first, right? We're going to see a number of library schools that come about at historically Black colleges, including North Carolina Central University, Atlanta University, now known as Clark Atlanta University, of course. Texas, Prairie View had a program. There's a program in Alabama, DC. There was a number of programs, but now only North Carolina Central University, they stand as the only HBCU with the library science program. But this is why we had to formalize Black librarianship, because like many things, it wasn't open to Black people. There is also, with standardizing Black librarianship, scholarships and fellowships to enhance, to entice really promising Black men and women to take on work in the field of librarianship, right? And this means people who are already working, people who were also enticed. They may have been working in libraries. They may have been interested in library-like work. It's bringing them in to fund what they cannot afford, but their passion or interest is in it. So we're going to see scholarships given to Hampton for those students to develop and work at college, city, and county libraries. The Atlanta Library School, of course, at Emory University, we're changing names here. 9 scholarships were even given there, and an additional $4,000 in scholarships. But then there's also a separate scholarship for those who are to develop into library leaders and administrators. So between 1929 and 1934, 35 scholarships are granted to Black men and women pursuing administrative roles in libraries. And you may have heard of this little woman by the name of Vivian Harsh out of Chicago. There's an entire branch name behind her. You should look that up if you haven't. She was one of those 35 recipients of the scholarship. She's one of my library sheroes, her and Virginia Lacey Jones. Recipients, changed lives, okay? We're gonna see institute meetings develop. Of course, we're gonna have Atlanta University. We're gonna have Southeastern Library Association, the Conference of Negro Librarians held at Fisk University. And of course, the National Institute for Library Field Agents and Workers in Wisconsin. We're putting our money where our mouth is in this program, because not only have we provided library collections and facilities, we're changing the landscape of the profession. So again, practice, profession, and curriculum. We can attack services in any profession, but we also have to think about the professionals in which we're including for representation, right? But then we also have to look at the curriculum that we're teaching everyone. Diversity for representation is not a one-shot thing. It's not focused on one particular area. You have to look at the practice, the professionals, and the curriculum that is being pushed forward, right? So continuing what we do here is we continue advocacy and research, because advocacy is yelling to the top of the mountains, everyone, This is necessary. Research is social justice because it brings awareness, right? That's what we do. As librarians, as archivists, it is our obligation to not only support and encourage those, but also contribute to those larger conversations on practice, the profession, and the curriculum, right? And we do this in a variety of ways: diversity for representation, looking at the disadvantaged by design, but particularly for HBCUs, financial design. You should definitely check out BCALA's latest publication, just came out in the spring, The Black Librarian. We also have to call the profession to action. We have to look at our numbers. ALA did a demographic study, the latest one in 2017, and about 87% of the profession of librarians in their membership, which is a representative sample, is white. And everyone else was under 5%. Some, like Native Americans, under 1%. But we're supposed to be representative because we are the ones who provide the service, right? We can fuel, with the lack of diversity, we can fuel library anxiety. That's a problem, right? We only have one HBCU with the library science program. That's a problem, right? So while we're doing the community, the grassroots work, we still have to call the profession in which we love so much to action. And of course, discussions on writings, on the contributions of others within the field and outside of the field, because librarianship is a beautiful warm blanket, right? It go on top of any other profession and enhance it, because information literacy is needed in every single profession, right? So we also have to contribute or make considerations and have discussions with what other professions are doing and the impact that we can have there, and how, say, for example, the STEM profession, the entire group, affects how people access information. So we have to be open, we have to be more collaborative and build non-traditional partnerships, not just within each other and within the communities that we serve, but within other disciplines. We also need to revise the curriculum of a variety of programs, and they need to be a lot of service with technology base, and programs that are going to always emphasize the production of practical professionals. Thank you all, I appreciate it. I will open the floor for questions if you have any. That was good timing. I left 15 minutes for questions. Thank you so much.
And if folks want to ask questions, they can use the Q&A, or they are welcome to use the chat or raise your hand.
Sarah says, is there any chance there will be an audio book version of your book? I will drop that in my publisher's ear. It's been, we produced this book in 2019. The paperback, I believe, came out maybe last year. So it is possible. We'll see. I'm currently working on some new work, so I will drop that in my editor's ear for you, Sarah. Thank you. Thank you all for attending. And of course, stay tuned. Please feel free to email me additional questions if you ponder, listen to recordings, and think about it later. Let's see, why have Vivian and Virginia been chosen leaders for you in continuing in this field? Ooh, that's a really good question. I've never gotten that question before. So Virginia Lacey Jones, who was the the dean of Atlanta University's Library Science program, and Vivian Harsh, first Black librarian, has a namesake branch in Chicago. I'm married to the profession, the practice, and the curriculum. I always tell people, whatever it is you want to do, you don't have to choose a side. I'm married to the impact of those areas. And those women demonstrate the impact that I wish to have. Those women, Virginia had such an amazing impact on professionals, the development of Black librarians at Atlanta University. I wish to have that level of impact, teaching at North Carolina Central University. I've taught at Clayton University, but North Carolina Central is the only HBCU with the library science program. And while I am associate dean at another institution, I can't depart, because the impact of Black librarianship goes beyond Black communities. And she understood that and emphasized that in her work of advocacy and outreach. It's all I wrote on her in the BCLA's Black Librarian book. It's just a level of selflessness and advocacy in outreach. She literally gave us the blueprint as academic educators and practitioners. Scholar practitioners is what I call us. And Vivian is just, my goodness, a powerhouse for the community. Very innovative in her thought, her courageousness of daring to push forward and be different and open the world up of librarianship and the possibility of librarianship to a very urban community in Chicago. And just, of course, the things that she faced. These are women of different time periods and the same time period, but also the South and the North. And a lot of people think there's a lot of difference in the racism there. It just looks different. But these women dared to continuously push forward because they knew the work they were doing wasn't about them. So they're like my librarian, my sheroes. Thank you for that. I appreciate that.
And Dr. Johnson, it looks like we have someone with their hand raised. Michelle, I'm going to allow you to talk. And so, Michelle, you should now be able to unmute yourself. And if you are having any technical issues, feel free to pop your question in the chat or in the Q&A.
And Michelle, were you able to take your microphone off mute?
Well, Michelle, if you want to still ask your question, let us know, and I can get you on the mic.
It looks like she just wrote and said that the question was answered.
Ah, perfect. Okay, thank you.
Actually, I realize I don't have access to the Q&A as one of the co-hosts. So I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about what institutions can do to better recruit and retain our BIPOC colleagues. It's one of the, you cite the statistics of 87% predominantly white, and we all see it, we all know it. So what are the barriers, and what can institutions do to do a better job with this?
The short answer is be genuine.
Uh-huh.
The long answer is have people that are genuine.
Uh-huh.
Changing, I mean, you guys all know what I mean, right? We've had many conversations in the profession around this, where we have, there may be resident programs, but they're just check marking to say, look what we did. Or there's a Research One institution and there's one Black librarian and it says, well, we have one. Or there's one Asian librarian or one Native American or Indian librarian. It becomes a checkbox, right? Or tokenism. And one of the conversations I had very early on, even interviewing for this position over a year ago that I'm currently in, is you have to understand that the BIPOC community and marginalized groups need safety and security. Academia is already a rough place, right? I always tell people I'm a woman and I work in academia. I'm a Black woman and I work in academia. I'm a young Black woman and I work in academia. Academia is a rough place for women in general, right? And then you throw those other characteristics on top of it, right? So safety and security and knowing that people are genuine in wanting to have an impact, in wanting to actually make strategic change under strategic and supportive leadership. Now, all those things can be in place. And if there's no one of color in your administrative team, good luck recruiting and not only recruiting, but retaining.
Yeah.
That's a difficult piece. You know, I mean, to be very frank, I had a conversation, you know, with many people who say, well, how do we do this? How do we do this? And I'm like, well, there's nobody at the top for them to even come in and say, hey, can I talk to you for a minute? Hey, because there's that library anxiety that we think about in our services, but library anxiety also exists heavily in the profession for people of color. You know, if everyone around me looks the same, I'm going to think they think the same. And oftentimes that is the case. So who can I go to and say, hey, I don't understand how I need to be doing this, because I don't care what institution you enter, you're learning something new. I don't care how seasoned of a professional you are. When you enter that institution, you're vulnerable. You're learning something new. But I need to be able to go to someone to say, I'm not getting this. How do I do this? Or how do I maneuver with this? It's such a vulnerability being a person of color. Safety and security is vital. So you have to be, now don't get me wrong, somebody has to break the barrier. And I'm often okay with breaking the barrier, but let's be clear, it's not easy. It's not simple. People are coming with prejudice and prejudgments already, but somebody has to break the barrier. So like in my institution now, we're doing a lot of recruiting. We have an ACRL diversity residency program. I'm currently hiring for a DEI librarian, and you know, but that's not even just external. It's also investing in the people that are there. There's so much work to do. So I never hire someone without a plan for their progression, right? Because whether they're with me as a leader or not, it is my job as a professional to make sure I'm preparing them for whatever it is that they're trying to do, right? That is hard for a lot of people in academia because we're all about retention and just having butts and seats, right? But that's not retention. So we focus on recruitment, strategic recruitment, intentional recruitment. That has to come with strategic and intentional retention. But then there's that advancement piece that we like to just forget and leave off. There's recruitment, retention, and advancement. And that advancement piece is actually the true retention tool that people don't want to put the money behind or the development and time behind. So there's a way you can do it, but it's all strategic and authentic, because you have to root what you're doing for BIPOC and marginalized communities in safety and security.
Thank you. That was amazing.
Absolutely, no problem.
Really appreciate that.
It's a lot of work, and we as a profession, we are a beautiful, wonderful profession. I love this profession. We still have a lot of work to do. It is indeed a lot of work, and in research institutions, primarily research one institutions, they got the toughest plate because of the very foundation.
Yeah, it's systemic. Exactly.
Exactly. But as long as you got good people with good hearts and good intentions, they'll be willing to do the work.
It's beautiful. Thank you.
Absolutely.
We've got about 5 more minutes for questions. Dr. Johnson, there's 2 more questions in the Q&A for you.
Okay, let's see. How have you navigated the field being majority white, working together, learning for your degrees, etc.? I navigate the field very strategically. I focus on impact. I don't care where that impact is, wherever I can have a larger impact. I'm very intentional about the impact. A lot of people sometimes focus on legacy. That's not my problem. I focus on impact. When I'm done with something, I want people to say, she changed lives. I want people to genuinely say, I see the passion. I want people to say, she did not get involved in anything she didn't care about. I tell my students all the time, don't just look for a job. Don't do that. Go where the institutions are that match your morals and your passion. Morals, most importantly. Because if they don't match your morals, your passion will be mute. When you focus on what it is you're most passionate about, even those days that it feels like work, because whoever said if you love it, it doesn't feel like work. That's not true. That's this is academia. That is not true, you guys. I love what I do, and it still feels like work. So line up with the proper institutions. I've worked for PWIs, HBCUs, private and public, Research 1 and 2 institutions. I've worked federal. And anything that did not serve my morals or grew me as a person, because not just professionally, they need to be invested on the whole person. So that's how I navigate things. I navigate it in a way that is going to have an impact. If I say, as a librarian and as an archivist, as a leader, I want to have an impact on the entire profession in the most positive ways that are going to put diversity, equity, inclusion as the foundation of all of our services, and I don't see that aligning, that's not what I'm doing. That's not what I'm for. So you have to be extremely strategic and willing to move. Because a lot of people will graduate and they're like, I can't find a job in my area. There's jobs, but are you willing to kind of get outside of yourself so you can change lives of others? You know, there are definitely areas. Hopefully that answers your question. Thank you so much for sharing your knowledge time with us. My absolute pleasure. How can a community or academic librarian best relate these goals to potential funders without compromising their integrity? Don't compromise your integrity. It sounds pretty complicated, but it also is that simple. Just like you pick an employer, morals, intentions, values, know who you are soliciting and solicit those who share those that need for genuine impact, who doesn't want to say, well, we put our money over here, we're good people, and then it's just like a one-off situation. No, you know, be very, that's why I'm a little bit leery sometimes of institutions that have residency programs that only have 1 year. Like, we're going to do this 1 year and maybe we'll advocate for the funding next year, or we're just going to do this one time. It's not genuine. So make sure whatever that's a hard boundary for me. Whatever I'm doing or involving myself in, it has to be genuine. It has to be genuine. It really, really does. It has to be genuine. Also, I want to say to the last question with navigating the field, being majority white, I subscribe to what Virginia Lacey Jones gave me as a blueprint: relentless advocacy. It is relentless advocacy, because that is how change has always happened historically. Relentless advocacy. Okay. Lisa, yes, always have, Kate says, always have a plan for someone moving. Absolutely. I'm curious what microaggressions are most common within the library world. What are things you could encourage white colleagues to be mindful of avoiding to provide a more welcoming space? Let's start in the library world with the collections and contents in which we provide. Let's start with the public programming we choose to fund, support, advocate for. Let's start with the faculty, staff, students, and communities we decide to service or focus on. Let's start with how we present our information. Let's start with recognizing our underserved populations in which that we still don't want to acknowledge on a larger scale the level of impact that the digital divide still has today. And while we think that, oh, they're in college, they must have internet at home, that's not true. So I talk to my students a lot about information privilege. Think about I want everyone to do this. Think about all the information privilege you have and say, what if I didn't? And then that allows you to better serve those that don't. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. The whole time you're talking, I was like, you're just an inspiration. I'm like, how can I come work for you? You're amazing. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I will have positions open. I'm not stealing. Let me be very clear. I'm not stealing her, Danielle. I know we have a lot of new and young professionals on the call. Please be mindful, always shop around. Y'all have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right. Great. So now we're going to have our next presenter, Ciara King. Let me now introduce her. An Atlanta-based artist, photographer, and archivist, her creative and arts administration work is dedicated to documenting, preserving, and archiving the work of Black women artists. In the summer of 2020, King made her curatorial debut with Here, There, Everywhere at the Mint Gallery. King was awarded the Stuart A. Rose Library's Phillips Hatch Fellowship in 2020 to continue research for Build Your Archive. As of February 2021, she is a Hambridge Cross-Pollination Art Lab Studio resident and National Black Arts Festival Micro Grant recipient. Recently, she was one of 10 Atlanta-based artists and scholars to be awarded the Arts and Justice Fellowship by Emory Arts and the Ethics and Arts program of Emory University Center for Ethics. Ciara, the mic is yours.
And I can share my screen, right? Yeah. Thank you, Kate, for that great introduction and reminding me who I am. I appreciate you all, University of Oregon Libraries and Don't Shoot Portland for this opportunity and just allowing me space to practice because I haven't done this before. So just bear with me if I stumble over my words or anything, but definitely appreciate everyone for providing space and holding space for me today. And so, yeah, how did I get here, right? My name is Ciara King. As you know, I'm an artist and an archivist and a curator. And every day I am thinking about how I got here to that particular moment. And so when I look at this picture of my 4-year-old self, it was like, is she thinking about who she wanted to be? Did she want to be an archivist and a curator and a librarian and all these other things? And so this picture kind of guides me and brings me back to that question. So we're going to go through a bit of my journey and how all these different things work together. And I'm going to do a bit of participatory thing. So feel free to activate the chat, say things, and help me out with conversation. Yeah, so I'm just not talking here to myself. So, you are your best thing, Sethe, you are. It's a quote from Toni Morrison's Beloved. And it's at a point where Sethe was, she was really down about just the loss of her child and losing that child on her behalf. and making that choice in taking her child out of the world. And so Paul D, as a confidant and as her familiar and friend, just spoke words to her and saying, "You are your best thing," as she may have thought that her child was her best thing, or things before her and her previous I guess encounters were her best thing, but really you are your best thing. And so I walk with that continually reminder that even though I may come with defeats, or I may encounter things and circumstances that it caused me to rethink about the choices that I made, I'm always my best thing, as Toni Morrison has beautifully written in Beloved. So today we're going to be answering a couple of the questions that I've been answering across my life. And yeah, so how do you remember who you are in moments of forgetfulness? How does your community that you surround yourself with act as a voice of reason? How do you stand firm in the definition of yourself in times of doubt and fear? And how do you use documentation as a tool to provide a record that you are in fact your best thing? So throughout this presentation, I'm going to be answering those questions with my choices that I've made. And then also you can just read across the slides and see this key that I provided. So any website or links that go straight to Build Your Archive, you'll have the direct link on that slide. And the responding question that I'm answering will also be on that slide. And if I'm thinking about any books or any resources that either I investigated during that time or am still reading, the book title will also be there. And then, of course, I love Twitter as just a tool of engagement and just meeting new people. So you can tweet me at Sierra Chas or hashtag Build Your Archive, and really engage with that so I can get to know you all. Does anybody have any questions or just kind of like encouragement? All right, so the first thing I want you all to do is to think of a childhood photograph or memory where you were doing something that made you come alive. And feel free to answer that in the chat too. So like think about a childhood memory and like type that in the chat about what you're doing, or about like something that you like vividly remember when you were younger. A panda bear birthday cake. My grandmother's garden dressed up like a sunflower. Okay. Picking strawberries in our garden. Lots of gardens going on. Childhood picture at 3. 3 is always like a defining age. Like you like know who you are when you're 3 and very like adamant about it. Like I'm 3 years old. An alligator dress, drawing on my grandpa. These are all great answers. And here's mine. I always return back to this picture of me and my little sister. And I'm looking at my mother's and my father's wedding album. And I return to this picture a lot because it's like, I remember just like me being the only one in the family, like completely enamored at my mother's wedding. Like I always just wanted to like, always wanted to let people know that I was there, even though I wasn't in the picture. My parents were pregnant with me before they got married. And then 2 months later, I was born in August. So it was very like a fast timing. And I was always trying to understand that like that timeline, so to sense. And I was like, yeah, just telling everyone that I was there, but I wasn't there. Do you see me like in my mom's stomach? So I just always like wanted to just understand what life was like before me, and then what life was like with me, and what life would be after me. So yeah, this is the picture that I come back to remind me that I've always just been looking at photographs and always been just thinking about timelines of people and how they intersect before and after birth, or before and after different circumstances. And that brings me to just a quote that I've just been saying to myself, is you are your own primary source. Because while you may have access at times to certain institutions or academic spaces, your photo albums and your albums and your journals and things that you keep for yourself are in your home or with you if you don't have a home. And so you are your own primary source. And I have just continually be just guided by that. As you can see, I return to my own photographs. And so you can tweet that out if you want to, tell your people about that. And one particular thing that I came across in 2020 was this letter that I wrote myself when I was in third grade. And it says, "Hi, I'm Sierra King. I'm 8 years old and in a large family." All those things were true. And then I said I was in a wacky family. I don't know if that's true. And then I said my little sister, Kiera, she's 4 and is a tattletale on me. And my dad is bald headed and pretty shiny. And he likes basketball too. Uh, and one more, he's 27. Oh, my mom had long hair, but she cut it. So I guess there's a time when my mom cut her hair, and she dyed it blonde. That was also a really like funny stage in my mom's like hair journey. I remember that. And I said that she's 28. And then I defined myself as the TV watcher and the talker. And then I signed off as your host. Um, and I recently found this letter in 2021. Like I haven't seen this letter since I wrote it. And so I just it just made me think about how I define my family and how I define myself. And even the fact that I signed off the letter like your host, like I had the audacity to sign off as like somebody that would be talking to you about things and talking to you about who you are and asking you questions. And so, and that reminded me my own definition for myself as that particular like host for that moment. So other than letters and things that I come across, I return to journals, photographs, and my family's archives. Um, Currently, I'm working in 6 of my family's archives, just across the different familial relationships. I also return to books, films, articles, YouTube videos, audio files, and podcasts. And I love that Dr. Aisha said that one of the things during the time when HBCUs and other libraries were being built is that like they were inanimate to build their own libraries. And so that's one of the things that I recently did and started in 2020, was that I was very like intentional about the books that I was buying, very intentional about who I was reading, and wanting to build a library, not only that I would want to research and return to consistently, but also I was thinking of the future. And if I go back to my Instagram, I was like, I'm building my daughter's archive. And so my daughter's archive and her library. And so I was buying books with the intention that my daughter would read these books and these would be her books after me. Not saying that I'm going to have a daughter anytime soon, but I would want to pass this library on to her, as a token of just my intentionality before she was born. I'm currently reading Beloved, Pedagogical Crossing, and Black Women Writers. And they're just all full of like quotes and just passages and moments and memoirs and biographies of things that just ground me in who I am and also who I want to be. And kind of filling in that gap of like forgetfulness of like you wake up and you like don't really know what you're supposed to be doing. And I just really love returning to these for just different reasons. So I want to reintroduce myself as Sierra Chastity Annette King. That's my full name. And I say that because I'm the first great granddaughter of Annette L. Battle. And she is just a really integral maternal figure in my own family, that has guided my not only my practice and my work as an archivist, but my life as a Black woman and being that example for me. And so being able to have her namesake with me at all times has just been an honor. So in doing that, I like to say my whole name. One of the things that I kind of jumped into before she passed was just investigating her home. And so every day that, or every like weekend that I would walk into her home, I would just be reminded that she loved her family. And I knew this because she had photos on the wall of all of us. And when I say all of us, I mean like all the cousins, all the aunts, all the babies, all the kids that she kept, the cousins that would come by, the people she didn't know that would come by and grab plates on the street. Like all of us were on that wall. And so, and she would change this wall, right? You would have a new picture up there, or you would always see a different picture depending on what year it was. And so she was curating this living room wall that allowed you to be excited when you walked into to her home. And so I came up with this antidote, put the photos on the wall like grandmama used to, just to remind me of that feeling of walking into her living room. So I'm gonna walk you through my grandmother's house. Please oblige me, and walk you through some memories that I had in that home. And also introduce you to my grandmother. So her name is Annette L. Battle. She dressed from head to toe every Sunday with her hat and her regalia, whether it was a formal church Sunday for like Easter or Palm Sunday, or for any of the formal type of things that you would in the Black church. But even if we were like going to like a weddings, or even on like first Sundays, she would make sure that like she was dressed to have her picture taken. And she made sure that she had her picture taken, even if it wasn't in front of her house. It was at the church or at wherever we had went. She was like, somebody take my picture because I look good. And she made that known. And so these are the 3 photographs that I really returned to and investigated in my research, as far as like who she was and how she just carried herself in the world. And so when I reference her living room, Bell Hooks also references that living room as a site of resistance, and that how important that wall was, not only to me, but also to other Southern Black homes. And so the walls of images in Southern Black homes were sites of resistance. They constituted private Black owned and operated gallery space where images could be displayed, shown to friends and strangers. And so we're in a different kind of room, right? This digital room, not necessarily my grandmother's living room, but it was at a time, or during my grandmother's time, that there weren't digital rooms, and you had to go to the houses and you had to go to the living rooms to see those walls and to see the pictures. And so I think in that particular time, that was very important, not only to the families, but to the people that walked into those spaces to experience. So when you first walk into the house, it's a door, and you walk straight into the kitchen. In that kitchen, you would find my grandmother cooking. After church, you would hear my aunts telling you not to eat out the pots, and wait for the food to be ready. And then you would also hear just my aunts going back and forth about just recipes they were making. Like, just one of my aunts is a really good cook, and my other aunt is just a baker. So they like kind of go back and forth about what tastes good and what doesn't taste good. And those are the type of conversations that you would hear in the kitchen. Yeah, it was when I've gone back to the home as I've been older, and it seems so much smaller now, but that kitchen was pretty big to me when I was like 4, 5, 6 years old. And it was just a lovely, like, warm space to be in and to walk into. And the one that you're referring to with the curlers is actually my great grandmother's mother. So I've known my great great grandmother. Her name is Frida Thomas. And my great grandmother is Annette Battle. So I've known and been able to experience up until my great great grandmother. And so that's who she is. And on the right, that's my great grandmother with her back turned. And then my Aunt Wanda is looking at the camera. And then from the kitchen, like, so imagine the kitchen and then walking into the living room, you'll walk straight to this table, imagining like it being a full spread of cakes, foods, fruit, anything that you could imagine. So if they're telling you not to eat off the pots, anything on the table was game. So you could eat all the cakes and pies and biscuits and things before your food was ready. Just make sure before, when the food is ready, that you do eat everything that's on your plate. And then also the living room was also just a gathering space for Christmas and Easter, and just us digging through our presents. One particular thing that she always did, my great grandmother, was the presents were always wrapped in this particular blue paper. Like, she never really strayed from that blue paper. It was always that flat blue paper, and then you would have to really dig for it, because either you couldn't tell whose name was on it, or all the presents just looked alike. But I felt that was like a very, like, just fun game for us to do, because it was just presents all under the tree. Other things that happened in the living room were Marvin Gaye playing in the background, and just either her and my great grandfather dancing, or other couples dancing, and sometimes they would make us dance. And it was just a beautiful time. And like, uh, and also we didn't really leave all the time, because especially during Christmas, because so it was Christmas, you have Christmas the day of Christmas, December 25th, and then December 26th was her birthday. So we would be in her house and in that together, like, all throughout until the next day. And you might not leave until like 6 and 7 the next morning, because we just didn't want to leave. The blue room is where the walls were covered with the photos. So you see it in that second photograph where the walls were placed with those photographs. And as years went on, these are earlier photos when my grandmother was a bit younger. But as like more children were born into the family and into the house, the walls just were completely filled from like floor to ceiling. There, you couldn't even see the wallpaper at one point. So that's what I remember about just walking into that. And then they would always be dancing, and people would be walking in and out of the room, and you'd be like, too many with people would be in there at one time. And so, yeah, I really love the blue room for that. And also just a nod at her favorite color being blue. And so this is just my recollection of that wall, and what that was be. And then also I kind of added my own twist to this particular wall you see here, because although it is my great grandmother's family, I also added some photos of my mother's side of her family. because that is a significant note that my mother's family and my father's family, they met at the same church. So you'll see in our archives that you'll see my mother's family and my great grandmother's family before my dad was married. My mom and dad were married. So you see the intersections of our families across those like church events, because that's where our families met. And that's where my mom and dad met. And so, yeah, that was my grandmother's living room, and kind of where I just refocused, where I began as an archivist and I began as a photographer, and understood to really think about photography in a way that came from a familial sense rather than one that I had learned in college. So yeah, thanks for walking with me through my grandmother's living room. And if we like fast forward to 2017, we get to meeting Kathleen Cleaver. And the first instance of me meeting Kathleen Cleaver wasn't one on my behalf. My uncle, John Stevens, went to the Gordon Parks Foundation, and he was going to meet Devin Allen, and one of my other cousins in New York. And so he had no idea that Kathleen would be there. But when they met, they were talking about movies. I can't remember what movie they were talking about, but they had a conversation, and she told my uncle to keep in touch. He had no idea that she lived in Atlanta, that she was teaching at Emory, and that she lived down the street, or they were basically neighbors. He lived in East Point at the time, and she lived in Cascade. And so if you're familiar with the Atlanta area, that's like 5 minutes away from each other, literally. This photo I took of Kathleen at her home around maybe like the 6th or 8th month that I was archiving. And this is the only photograph that I've ever taken of Kathleen. During my time there, I only took one photograph of her. And so after meeting Kathleen, my uncle got a call from her during that summer, and she said, do you want to talk with someone about photographs? And of course, she can't say no to Kathleen. So he obliged, and he went to that meeting. And Dr. Lee Rayford from UC Berkeley was there and talking with Kathleen about what it would look like to build her archive. And they were having this discussion in her home. And then they were just asking my uncle, like, did he know anyone that was into archiving or organizing or had some kind of photographic knowledge to come into the project as well? And his first answer was my niece. She's organized and she has good handwriting, and I'm sure she has some time. I did. So he called me and told me to come, I believe the next day. And I met Lee Rayford, I met Kathleen, and I had about like 5 minutes to decide if I wanted to continue with this project. I didn't have a job at the time. I was doing freelance contracting for a visual arts incubator. And I was also just doing freelance work with photography and music festivals and things like that. So I had a lot of time on my hands, or at least I was like, if I don't, then I can make time for this, because you don't say no to Kathleen. And so from that day led to 3 years of cataloging her work, cataloging her photographs, getting to know her, working with Tierra Thomas, that was at Georgia State, working with Leah Bascom, who was at Georgia State, and eventually joined me after Tierra graduated. Delphine Sims, she was doing some virtual work and helping me develop the custodial database that we worked in. And Yeah, we went Tuesday, Thursdays, pretty diligently. It was at even one time that I didn't have a car, and Leah would come pick me up from Smyrna. I live in Smyrna, that's outside the perimeter. Pick me up at 9 o'clock in the morning. We would get to the archive at 10, leave at 12, and then she would take me back home at 1 p.m. for months on end. And so it was that type of community that we built around each other, that supported each other, to say that not only do we trust each other in this work, but you're qualified and you're capable to continue doing this work. Because again, I hadn't um, I hadn't done archiving before. Or I hadn't felt like I was an archivist in that moment. I was just coming into the project as a photographer, and I had some knowledge of how to take care of photographs. And so this opportunity pushed me into not only defining myself as an archivist, but just understanding the field in a way that community archiving is just as powerful as academic archiving. And so in 2020, Kathleen's archive was acquired by Emory University. It was one of the last acquisitions that Pelham McDaniels, as he was the African-American collections manager and curator there, that he acquired before he passed. And so that relationship between Kathleen and Emory, her teaching there and her relationship with Pelham before he passed, allowed her to make that choice for Emory to be the repository for that. She felt that her photographs would be best taken care of there, and they could still be accessed by us as the custodial team, because we were still working on different parts of the project that I'll speak to later. And so when after that, I was working with Build Your Archive, and I didn't have an archive, quote unquote, to work with. I got accepted into the Hambridge Arts Cross-Pollination Art Studio Fellowship with my best friend Jasmine, and we proposed that we would be archiving her work and her life in real time, and they gave us a studio space for 6 months. And so out of that studio space, I really came to understand not only what I was doing as an archivist, but how Build Your Archive was essentially a work lab that Black women artists build their archives in real time. And how to center Black women artists in that narrative, and how that operates in their interior spaces, and how their friends and family come into their archive, and how their professional spaces come into the archive, and how different third spaces also operate around them. But in my particular work, I always center the Black women artist, and I always center myself, because again, going back to the quote, you are your primary source. And this practice that I've come to know is inspired by Bell Hooks, Tina Camp, Toni Morrison, and Octavia Butler. And just coming to know that it's a day-to-day practice that almost becomes like ritual led, and how you document yourself and how you record yourself, and how you're just aware of the embodiment of not only yourself as a Black woman, but who the people that you're acknowledging and citing and being in relationship along the way. And so I introduce you to Jasmine Nicole Williams. I've known Jasmine since we were like 12 and 13 years old. We went to the same middle school in Cobb County, Cooper Middle School, and we just became best friends. And not unlike any artist tip, but we were just like running the hallways, passing notes, passing notebooks, writing together, and just being Black girls, learning who they are. And so just want to hold space for her, and her being an integral part to my practice, and understanding what building your archive means in real time. And so I took these photographs of her at our winter residency that the National Black Arts Festival funded. We went to Hambridge in 2021. And so the question I'm answering here is, how do you use documentation as a tool to provide a record that you are in fact your best thing? And so out of that question came the work of To Be a Witness. And so I'm a witness to, not only am I a witness to my life and the documentation that people have provided me and provided different perspectives of my life to be important, but they also have allowed me to be a witness to the practices of other Black women artists, and significantly Jasmine. Again, I've known her since 2006, not 2006, I've been documenting her since 2016, but when in that particular residency, I began to understand that we've been on this journey since middle school, and that narrative has evolved. And so during that residency, she came in and she brought notes and things that I had written her, and journals and things that had my own handwriting that I hadn't seen since I was like a wee little teen. So to read like those cringy like things, all of my like boy crushes and teachers I didn't like were just so interesting, but it also provided a view into just the way that I thought and just the way that I like carried myself, and allowed me to remember things that I needed to return to, like making playlists and writing letters and sharing words and just being in relationship with people in that way, rather than conforming to how people wanted me to act in the world. And so I found this quote from Sadia Hartman that kind of like just solidified that To Be a Witness title and that definition. And it says to recognize yourself as involved in the project of remembering what the world has chosen to forget, and to write about Black people with rigor and depth commensurate with our experience. It is a very feminized labor of trying to express and to hold this collective effect of Black folks, to witness and not pretend that things aren't bad, and they are in this seemingly interminable struggle, and that we have not been living this dissipation so long. I had the desire when I wrote my first poem as a middle schooler, I wanted to be a witness. And so I felt that that quote just encapsulated everything that I had been chasing after, as far as like understanding who I was as a girl, understanding who I grew into it, and during that middle school stage when I was intersecting my life with not only Jasmine, but also my other best. I also have another like middle school friend. Her name is Deshandra, and how I've kept those relationships all this time. But then also how those relationships have allowed me to see myself in the world, and how they've evolved and just worked parallel along with the Black experience. So with me sharing with you my grandmother's living room, uh, just as you know, other people have grandmother's living room, and other great grandmothers have rollers in their hair, and other people have photos on the wall, you are able to reference that experience and reference that just those moments, and that collective memory um, is always there, and always a source that can not only be a source of conversation, but also a source of connection, and a record of the experiences that we have with each other, regardless of space, regardless of time, and allow us to exist in like these continuums of places. But there have to be people in place to witness these things, to solidify them in the memory, the collective memory. And so as a documentarian myself, I feel like that's my responsibility, to not only be a witness of these Black women that are coming across my path, but also be a witness of myself. And so in times of doubt or in times of fear that I have of, I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing, I know exactly what I'm supposed to be doing, because I'm here, I'm talking with you, and I've recorded those moments, and those moments have been recorded prior to me, to reference. And so I think to be a witness is just the work that is just a continuation of what Sadia Hartman has been doing, what Tina Camp has been doing, what Bell Hooks has been doing, what Toni Morrison has been doing. Like, I'm just an extension of that conversation. And I'm honored to just bring it into the not only this space, but just to continue the work, even in my times of doubt and fear. And I think in defining myself in that way, one trick that I have learned is that, like, I'll name myself something even before it has been validated by wherever I am. So when in that instance of when I was started archiving for Kathleen Cleaver, I updated my website and I titled it The Archivist. Um, I don't have an MLS and MLIS in archiving. I've never entered the archive like Kathleen's in my life. But in that moment, I said to myself, I'm an archivist. I'm going to define myself as such, and I'm going to introduce myself as such, so that um, when people ask me who I am, they can not only for reference, but they can repeat that back to me and say, yes, you are an archivist. Yes, you are a photographer. Yes, you are a curator. Yes, you are a whatever else that I do. Just being doing that call and response of affirming each other, and that call and response of just affirmations to one another. But I have to start that first, right? I have to do that call and people have to respond to that. And same for everyone else that is seeing themselves or wants to be an artist or wants to be a particular thing. um, I know it's always like that first inkling to put aspiring before something, right? I'm aspiring to be an archivist, or I'm aspiring to be a librarian, but why are you aspiring when you already are, right? Um, and so that is what to be a witness is for me. It kind of like grounds me um, in moments of doubt and fear. Um, and with to be a witness, since I have been working in arts administration and since I have been working with Black women artists for a particular amount of time, that the work that I was doing was very impactful, and it allowed me to be in spaces that what I was doing, and it allowed me to be in contact and in pathways of Black women artists. But it kind of flipped for me when I understood that work was very much so tied to capitalism. And it was tied to the labor of Black women, and it was tied to the continual documentation of work, especially work that was uh, not harmful, but just work like you want to leave your work at work, right? If I continue documenting Black women artists as they create the works of the work that they're making, and then I continue showing that work or documentation of their studio practices to people, that just continues their labor after they've made it. So in some sense, their labor is never ending. And even though I have documentation of Jasmine in her studio practice and in her making work and her being an artist in that way, I felt it was more important to begin documenting her rest. And I felt it was more important to begin documenting the minutia of her life. And I had particular access to that because, again, I'm her best friend. Like, we go to eat all the time, we go dance, we go to music festivals, we go to the bookstore, we in our studio, we even had, like, you see the beanbag that was in the studio. Like, I think um if we spent 6 months in that studio, I think 3 of those months I spent sleeping, to be honest with everyone. I I would go to the studio and I would just sleep. And many of the studio visits that Jasmine, alongside Jasmine's studio visits, so I would like take my pictures of like people that were coming in that studio, and then I would go sleep on the beanbag. And so that's why I put that picture there, because that is what I did when I went to the studio. But that's showing you that I was intentional about my rest, and I was intentional about how much time I spent documenting not Jasmine's work, but I was also providing myself a space of rest. And then also in my documentation of my work and my rest, I've been more intentional about documenting how my friendships have grown. And so you see Dartricia here. She's another one of my friends, and we started doing monthly friend dinners before the pandemic. And we chose a date. We said every fourth Sunday we're going to go to Dartricia's house, and we're going to cook and listen to music and dance and do that. And we're going to commit to each other to doing that. So we did that for a year, up until the pandemic. And then the pandemic happened, and we're not really a group text type of friendship. Like, we were like banking on like those dinners to cultivate our friendships and to provide that space for each other. And so when we weren't able to like have that space, we had to kind of reevaluate what our relationship to each other was. And so we're still friends, it's just in a different way. And we've in 2021, instead of friends dinner, we started doing cake day. So Dartricia would get a cake every 14th to commemorate her birthday. And so we would go to her house and eat cake. And so that's just something that we've done and continue to do, and just been intentional about documenting those times and making sure that we're providing space for each other, so that we're just affirming those moments that, while we may be away from each other, we're always each other's best thing. You are your best thing in whatever that you're doing, and we would take time to like catch up on projects, catch up on like applications and things, and just making that space. So documenting the work, but also being adamant about documenting the rest. Am I going too fast for y'all? Do y'all have any questions up until now? Or I see y'all were just affirming me that. And yes, the book Comrade Sisters with Erica Higgins and Steve Shames, that did just come out. So y'all should go get that. It does have a lot of photographs of Kathleen in there, and I touched some of those photographs. So I'll be like looking to do that. But yeah, so in documenting the rest, I've understood it to be the tool where you investigate the interiority of Black women. And Kevin Kwashi, I believe, talks about this in his book, Quiet, is that, again, like just how you aren't provided access too much to those third spaces, those grandmothers' living rooms, those the Black women writers' studios, or the spaces where Black women can just be themselves and rest. You also aren't provided as much access and interiority to their private spaces. So when we went to Hambridge in 2021, we went together. So prior to, we had been to Hambridge like on our own residencies, but this time around we were able to go together during those 2 weeks, and we had separate cabins, but every day I would call her and say, "Hey, Jasmine, are you up? What are you working on? What are you doing? Are you reading?" And I would just go over. She would start a fire, and I would have my camera, and we would take pictures and things like that. And so investigating the interiority, and providing that perspective, what that was, I think was very integral to how I think about documenting rest and documenting Black women, and how I need to operate as not only a documentarian, but as a friend. And so as you see these pictures here, again, these are only slices of what that particular time was. I really make sure not to overextend myself into Jasmine's life, and also not to deplete myself as a documentarian and just like continually like shoot all the time while I'm in the space of a Black woman. Like if I'm with her for an hour, I'll naturally only shoot for 15 minutes. The other time I'm spent either talking with them about their goals, or either talking with them about their practice, or none of that at all, not even talking about work. Yes, talking about the Telfar drop, or which one that you were going to buy, or talking about music that we were listening to, and just like tapping into that middle girl self of me, just being curious and about like just things that people are learning and inserting into their own lives. And so you can see a bit more of this documentation on my website at sierraking.co. It's on there, not on Build Your Archive, but yeah. And so these are just other like pictures of Jasmine that I love. This was Jasmine at dinner, was the first dinner that we had after we got the notification that we got the studio space at Hambridge. So we were just celebrating and drinking there, and then this was in the studio space, and I can't remember what she was laughing at, but I remember that it might have been a day where she had to go back to work, but yeah, I think I made her laugh at something, but I caught it on my phone. And then Jasmine's also a muralist, so that requires me to also be a muralist at times. So I get on lifts and like in the sky painting with her. So you see the Atlanta skyline behind her. And this was the Adult Swim mural that was mounted on Ponce behind, I'm saying all these references to Atlanta, but if you're in Atlanta, it was on the wall behind the Ponce Publix, adjacent to the Urban Outfitters, like a little ways away from Plaza Theater. This is a very southern way of me giving you directions to where this location is. But yes, that mural's not there anymore, but that's where it happened. And it was in collaboration with Adult Swim and Living Walls. And so I got to go up on a lift with her and take pictures of that day. So outside of Jasmine, and even though like the Build Your Archive is centered on the lens of a Black woman artist, I am always continually building my family's archive. And these were the two photographs that I came across first that kind of made me want to investigate. Like I found another album that my grandfather had made. And it was this huge album that was that just documented their life before being parents. And so you see their first Christmas together here, and who they were as this like young couple in 1968. And in 2020, unfortunately, my grandfather passed away. He had stage 4 cancer, but from 2016, he was diagnosed in 2016 with stage 4 cancer. And then while they said he had 4 months to live, he lived up until 2020. And not just in that particular time from 2016 to 2020, but throughout his life, he had documented his life. He is one of the first African-American Boy Scout masters in Atlanta to to guide a troop of Black Boy Scouts in the South. And he took those Boy Scouts to Alaska and Ghana and Kansas and across the nation and just out of everywhere to experience life outside of Atlanta. And I believe his troop garnered around 33 Eagle Scouts. An Eagle Scout, the Eagle Scout Award is the highest award that you can obtain as a Boy Scout, and he did receive the Silver Bear Scoutmaster Award. Which is the highest award that you can receive as a Scoutmaster. And so, living with my grandfather, as I did during this time, and also just living with him when I was a child, like he just was always documenting. Like he had a camera in his hand, the disposable cameras. He would go get those printed out. He would take Polaroids of us and or always hand my uncle a camera. So that's how my uncle got started, was that my granddad was like, here, take a picture of me. He was always wanting to get his photograph taken. And while you might think that may be like a nuisance, or you might be like, dang, Papa wants another picture, but in the moments after it, you realize that like he was documenting his life, that he believed that he lived well, and he was going about his life living it well and documenting it, so I could tell this story to you today, so I could provide this documentation as a reflection, to say that if you do document your life, then someone else can come behind you and tell the most accurate story. And so even in working with Black and white artists, um, I think that my grandfather and the way that he documented his life has what is just a invaluable guide to how I can continue pressing against doubt and pressing against fear of picking up a camera when I don't want to, or picking up a camera when I don't feel well, or even getting proactive about my wellness and saying, if I want to document my life consistently, I can't say consistently, then I have to live my life well, and I have to take care of myself, and I have to take care of my body. And that's why I put into the world as well. And so to tell other people to take care of yourself, take care of your body, take care of your mind and your spirit, so that when you do pick up the camera, you have no qualms about if you look good, if you feel good, if your mind is right. You want that moment to be documented. And so alongside his documentation, and other people in my family documenting their lives, like Tanana Redu is my cousin. She's a best-selling writer and author. She teaches at she's a professor. Is she at UC Berkeley? I have to remember, but she is a professor, and she's also taught a class with Jordan Peele, talking about horror and Black horror particularly, and so just being a guide in that way. She wrote a book with her mother, Patricia Stevens Dew, about her experience in the civil rights movement. It's called Freedom in the Family. I didn't put it here, but it's called Freedom in the Family, and it recounts her experience with during the civil rights movement, coming from Florida, and how her family experienced that up against like different movements, as far and working with like SNCC and CORE, and also how that integrated into our family's life during that time. I'm not sure how I think I'm quick on time, so I can kind of go back and like answer some questions. But the answer to your questions, or the questions that I had in the beginning, is just always return to your primary sources, because that's what you have access to. In the moments that you don't have access to primary sources you're looking for, then either you need to dig a little bit harder, ask more questions, or find family that you're looking for. And then also, I don't want to do that. Also, find communities that allow you to learn in real time and provide space to grow. So at every moment that I I chose to insert myself in the community, whether it be in arts administration, archiving, photography. I made those particular choices based on not really compensation, but really is this opportunity or is this place going to allow me um, a place to learn and a place to grow. And just to continue documenting Black women artists who embody radical care, liberation, and love, really coming from a space of like I'm not doing this work for capitalism. I'm not doing it for money, but the documentation of your life and of your community is not a contribution to something that will raise a percentage or raise a dollar amount, but it will integrally change the makeup and the blueprint and the map and pathways of Black women coming after us. And then always use what you have in the moment that you are. And so when I don't have my camera, I pick up my phone. When I don't have my phone, I pick up my pencil or my pen. So there's different ways that you can archive your life and not feel pressured for it to be the best thing in that moment. Just use what you have. So I thank y'all, and I appreciate y'all for holding space for me and being in this digital room. Again, I'm not really sure on how time I am, but if you have any questions or want me to return back to anything, I can.
So Ciara, you're good on time. We've got about 10 to 15 minutes for questions. So folks can either ask in the Q&A, ask in the chat, or you can raise your hand and I can unmute you to ask your question out loud.
Thank you, Stephanie. Thank you, Aisha. Thank you, Terry.
Ciara, if there are no other questions, I have sort of a question and an observation. I'm just thinking about what you were saying about the importance, actually you went to the slide, of sort of creating a different space within the art community that's alternative to the capitalist space that has been present for so long. And I'm wondering if you can elaborate a little bit. I mean, first, I want to say I feel this notion of documenting rest is radical and so important. And I'm curious to know your thoughts, and it's not a really formed question, but how archiving your archival practice, I feel like it's both gonna shift art practice, and like your practice is shifting both worlds, both the archival practice and the art practice. And I'm wondering like what you see as trends or changes that you're witnessing as an artist and an archivist in these spaces as you do this important work, and as you do these things like honor the work and the rest. Like that is, it's just huge. And I'm just wondering if you can elaborate a little bit on that, or if you have any other thoughts on that.
Yeah, so initially I went into documenting Black women artists as a legacy builder, right? As something that would be record of their work and their lives, and that would increase the value of their archive or increase the value of their work that was entering the market of the art world. But when I let go of the shackles of capitalism, I realized that that's not really something that I wanted to go after, because money is not integral to the experience of Black life. Black life has always continued outside of the space of capitalism. Even when we didn't have money in times of like slavery or in times of like unrest, in those third spaces and in those spaces that are interior spaces, there was always joy, and there was always an experience that provided us with with that value or with that currency that pushed us to keep going, that pushed us to keep returning to the work or keep returning to whatever we thought our job or our title was to impact the world. I think that the rest is kind of like that catalyst or precipice that allows you to reflect on the work that you're supposed to be doing, and allows you to like recenter where your work needs to go. And so I guess in the also the sense of like how it's shifting my practice is that uh, I'm trying to remember. I come across the work of Dr. Tao Lee Giraffe. I really wish I had cited her name before this, but she mentions in some of her work that the value of Black women centering themselves in the yes, Sakia, that her name, Talib, the value of us centering the personal archive, because in a lot of times that we're referencing other archives outside of ourselves or referencing other archives of Black women artists or of other artists when you have an archive available to you. And so why can't I cite that? Why can't I provide those primary sources as an example of the work that is being done? Why can't I say that the version of how I curate and how I documented me curating or being an archivist or being an arts administrator, why can't I say that this is a valuable expression of what this is and that experience being cited in something? Why does the memory of what I've done not, I guess, incomparable to someone that's a New York Times bestseller, right? Or someone that has awards behind their name or has degrees behind their name or is revered in the canon. Why can't I insert myself in the canon right now? Right. And so I think in taking that, I try to express that to the Black women artists that I'm working with. Like, your right now is just as important as it will be when you're not here.
That was beautiful. Thank you. That was really, really great. We have one other question, actually, Kate, in the Q&A.
Yes, Sierra, are you able to see the Q&A questions?
Yeah. What are your dreams for how your work will continue forward in communities, your family, art spaces, etc.? What do you want folks to take away? In the next, I'm not sure how to say your name. Akoya. I hope I said that right. In the next few iterations of what Build Your Archive would be, I hope that because obviously we live in a capitalist society, I hope that I'll be able to get it funded in a way that I can do this work solely, that I can commit myself to it in a way that I can just be present for it in all ways and not have to spread myself thin across other projects to fund it for myself. I hope that it really turns into that nomadic memory work lab that I dream of traveling with artists and making trips with them and going to my family's homes wherever they live. I want to go back to Florida and document some of my family there. And my other family is like spread across Georgia as well. So just being able to travel on my own timeline and own I guess without having to worry about just how am I going to pay for it, or waiting 2-3 years just to fund one trip, you know. So really it's just contingent on funding and being provided support in that way, and the work will get done. So yeah. I guess I want folks to take away that I don't have to do all this work alone. Like, you can do this with me. And that's kind of what I'm gonna kind of get into it in the art in the workshop, is that like yeah, y'all can build your archives alongside with me, talk to your family members, talk to Black women artists that are working alongside you, and not waiting on an archivist to come in to do it. You're just as you can learn on your own and provide that record for your, not only for your family but for yourself in the interim. Oh, Alianda? Okay. I see about the mix up. Okay, did that answer your question? The outcome of the fellowship that I'm currently at Emory. Well, the outcome for the fellowship, I was really looking for a space to go deeper into my art practice, as far as like understanding the process of how I merge archives and how I merge documentation, and how I am in continuing conversation with Sadia Hartman and Tina Camp in imagining not only who Black people were in the archives, but who are they in the future? And also, how do you provide like homage to people that were in the past, and continuing their narrative in a space for them to grow. So I think at least what I've gained from the fellowship is just a more formulated process about how I can do that consistently. Yeah. Thank you, Teresa.
So we've got about 3 more minutes for questions.
Yeah, consistently, because if you look at my CV, or if you look at the amount of times that I've created work as an artist, I've really only made at least 2 to 3 pieces every year. And so really being able to be consistent about building a body of work for myself, so that I can provide like the holistic view of that project, so that it can be have that impact that it needs to have on whoever the juror is, to say, yeah, here's $50,000. But I thank y'all again for holding space and allowing me to get through this moment. It wasn't easy, but I appreciate it, and I hope to see y'all soon. If you, let me go back to, if you haven't already, you can create your account on Airtable, because we're going to be doing a bit of participatory work. So in real time, I'll be showing you how to build that custodial database, and you can kind of follow along if you already have an account or near a computer to do that. So it would be best if you go ahead and create the account now, or if you already have a login, just copy the database.
Sarah, do you want to, what I can do is we're going to go on break before your workshop. Would you like to send me that URL or maybe paste it in the chat for folks? And if you send it to me, I can put it as part of the signage for we're on a break and give people that prompt.
I'll just grab it here.
Cool. Thank you.
I can't move this thing. Hold on. I have too much stuff on the screen. So that's the link to the database, and if you're already logged in, you can copy it to your workspace.
Great. Thank you so much. So we are now going to go on break. Ciara, thank you so much for a fabulous presentation. It was amazing seeing your family photographs and hearing your story and your process. It really was amazing. So what we're going to do now is we're going to break for about an hour for lunch. And we'd like folks to come on back. The webinar will stay open. We'll just be muted, but we're going to come back in an hour and we'll all engage in Ciara's workshop before we do a wrap up. Cool. So see you all soon. Okay, we are back. I hope everyone had a nice restful break, hopefully away from the computer. So we are now entering the second part of today's programming, and I'd like to invite Ciara back to the Zoom stage. And Ciara, if you are here, let us know. You can turn your mic on and your video on. Awesome, great. So I'm going to pass the mic over to you. I'm really excited for your workshop.
Yeah, let me get my screen right. So just some introductory things for this workshop. It is participatory, so I would love for you all to kind of be on your own screen and following along, but if you do have the information with you, then you can write along as well and build out the custodial database. So the objective is that when you leave here, you'll already have some of the tabs filled in, some things connected, and be able to move into week one of the workshop. I am still reconfiguring the workshop as a whole, so week one will be available on my website, and then when you sign up for my newsletter, you'll see when the following weeks 2 through 4 will be back online. But well, 2 through 5. So I've separated them into 5 weeks. That's just how you can go across it, but you can make your own timelines as you please. You don't always have to start at the first of the month, or you don't always have to go week by week. It just depends on your workflow, but for the workshop, I've done it on a weekly basis. So I'm going to share my screen. Can everyone see this, the table? Yes, okay. What I think I need to do. No. Okay, so I'll just do it here. So right when you open it up, the database in your account, you see it just as it is. The only thing that I've really filled in is this relationship part to give you some type of grounding. But other than that, you pretty much have free reign to add, edit, and update it. But since it's already in my account, trying to figure out how to show you how to add it to your workspace. But I guess I'll show that at the end. We can figure that at the end together. So the first tab you come to is build your archive and key. But what you really want to pay attention to is this name and custodial database here. And so you can just click information guide, and it already has the first 7 instructions or just some general information. So I'm going to change it. I'm going to change some things, and then I'll erase this demo base so that people can copy it again at the end. So the first thing I'm going to do here is change my name to your first initial and last name. So how you do that is just, I actually might need to go into mine. Hold on. My bad. So yeah, once you log into Airtable, your workspaces should look like this. And then this is the original base for it. So
wait,
same
Sarah,
thing.
do you mind going back real quick? I'm just following along. I want to make sure. So when you're in your own, did you create the template or was it already? Okay, there it is. Okay, sorry. And is that going to come up, or is that, where would we find that if we are coming to it fresh?
So let me click the link from the,
Okay.
how do I get my chat back?
Because the link got me there to the custodial database, but it wasn't under my name. So then I signed up for an account, and now I'm trying to figure out how to couple my account with this custodial database.
Right. So if you click on it directly from the chat or wherever it came, it may come like this, like that's how y'all saw it.
Okay.
And then you click the use this data.
Okay.
And then choose the workspace that is in your account.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Thank you. Sorry. I just want to make sure I could follow along.
And then just create a new base when they ask for a base. So you should. I'll see what you're coming up against. It's not. It's not copying the entire.
Let's see. Okay.
Someone try this link for me.
Okay. Let me see. Is this a new? Okay, let me try this one. Okay.
No, that's not the right one. That's mine.
Well, it's interesting because it takes me into the custodial database. And I don't want to like interrupt because I don't want to interrupt your flow.
Because
but
what I'm trying to, I guess what I'm trying to get, I need you all to see all of the tabs, not just the key. So the link that I just gave you, don't copy that because that's
Okay.
that is mine. But let me. This is only this particular view.
Mhm.
And I want you all to see, I want you all to copy the entire thing. Maybe I need to do this.
Let's see.
Thank y'all for bearing with me. This is the first time I've done the copy paste part. Live. Okay, yeah, the second one is the right one. Because you see how it opens up the base?
Ye-
It says copy base here.
Yep, yeah, so it does work. Okay, let me pull this one because it actually worked with the other one too, because you can copy the base on that.
Yeah, but it just
Yeah,
shows
yeah.
that singular view. Does that make sense? Yeah.
Yep.
So when you copy this base,
Mhm.
it will show you the photo tab, the journal tab, the audio tab, and the magazine tab.
Yep, it's all there. That's great.
Okay,
Thank you.
got you. So once you get that in your workspace, now that we got over that hurdle, you're going to, should be able to, oh, this is the wrong view. God. Why is it? Oh, hold on. You might have to just, for time purposes, change your name here. Because I thought you used to be able to change it when you were in the base. So I'm just going to put demo D base as my first name and last name, just so that y'all kind of have that. And then once you click into it, it'll have your first name and last name, and then custodial database. And then the first person that you want to add, I'm going to add a new person, is yourself. So I'm just going to put Sierra King here. And myself. And you can move this to the top if you like. And then as you go, you just fill it in across so that you have all the information for the people, for that yourself. And I'm gonna put Atlanta, Georgia. So initially you would have, you would just keep going, like fill in this entire tab for however many relationships that you have. So I'm going to put my mother. I'm just going to put general names so that I can type faster, but so that y'all can get the point. And for and what's also helpful when initially doing this key tab, it might be helpful to do this So if you go to extensions right here, you're gonna say add an extension and then type in the description extension. And so you'll be able to, I'm gonna put key persons. So if you've already had this information or you're copying it from like letters or biographies or funeral programs, then you can type all these key persons here before you actually hit the tab, so you can like copy paste. So if I did the same thing here, as King, because I want the ideal like situation or experience is that you're staying in Airtable all the time, and you're not going back to different. You're not going back to like your Google Drive or having to look at like split screens or anything like that. So you want to bring all of your information that you want to put into the table to this description thing. So I'm just doing it in real time with you all so that you can kind of see how that would happen.
Sierra, does this allow you to do like a drop down when you're doing the database? Like you can select people, or is it just pre-populate things? Oh, there we go. Okay.
Yeah, so when you do the extension, like
Uh-huh.
it's basically just like a note tab, right?
Uh-huh.
But like if you wanted to have this as a drop down situation where you're just clicking names,
Mhm.
instead of a single line text, you can I don't know if you're not able to customize the first line, this first block, but additionally, if I understand what you're trying to do, you can do a single select situation to where, as you say, and you go ahead and put everyone's name here like that. But and it would just
Gotcha. That's brilliant.
but for the way the Airtable is built out, they don't let you delete this first row or column. But if you did want to use that feature like that as the person's name, then so if you had like if you change this field to government name,
Mhm.
and you change this field to preferred name, that way you're not doubling data, but you're adding information that is still relevant to that person. Does that make sense?
Yeah, totally. So it's really flexible. I mean, it seems pretty flexible in terms of how you configure the database.
Yeah, you just don't want to make sure that you're doing like double duty anywhere,
Mhm.
because that's where the linked information will come into. So after you've, and same type of thing, well, like I guess an instance I would use this as E. Stevens is my grandmother, and I call her Mama Reed. So you could like have that way.
Mhm.
And yeah, it would just go all the way down. And make sure you're filling in, like, if you are going to do it that way, fill in their full government name and whatever preferred name that you have, and then the relationship, their birthday, and the location. And when I say location, I mean either the location that they were born in or either the location they're currently in. Um, and you can decide that on your own. For my custodial database, I think I stuck with the location that they're currently in.
Mhm.
Um, and then how it connects back to each tabs. So essentially the person that you're working with, or the first tab, is showing you how uh, you're connected to all these people, the relationships that you have in your family, and who they are to you. Um, I didn't add a deceased date on the initial this initial table, but again, you can just click uh, insert right and say either deceased date or death date, and add it as there, and they'll add it um, if that uh, is relevant information to the person. So I'm not deceased, but my grandfather is. So that uh, and this is also comes. You can also get this information from like funeral programs. So if you're unsure about a death date or a deceased date, then that is where you can find it. Um, 03. I just know these dates off the top of my head for some, but yeah, like the object or the objective is, I don't know why that happened. Um, is to get all of their information here in this dashboard from like whatever primary resource that you have, whether that be a letter, a funeral program, additional photographs, or something other biographies. If they've written a biography about themselves, you can get that and start connecting the key persons to that here. And then once you fill out that, I didn't put it. Once you fill out up until location or any other columns that you've added that relevant information, these you don't change here on this first tab. You would need to go to collection 1. Okay. Does anybody have any questions about the first tab or how that would work? Or any other way any other column that you might be thinking of that you might want to add to yours?
I think it makes sense. One quick question is like the custodial database, is that something that you created, Sierra, or is that something that comes out of the software? I'm actually just curious.
Oh, no, I created this.
That's kind of what I figured. Okay, so then in that sense, it is like those tabs that you have on this front thing is customizable. So say somebody, I don't know if you have audio in here or something, but say somebody did, that could be another tab that we could add to our own, like on that far right side. Is that right?
Yeah, so getting into like the explanation of the collections. So
Uh-huh.
your archive consists of different collections based on the documents that you're either working with or documenting consistently. So in the instance, like I said, when I worked with Kathleen's archive, the main documents that I was working with was the photographs. And so here, it also gives you instructions on how to, I guess, do that. So where is this photo located in your hard drive or cloud storage? And you just say, I'm just gonna say hard storage for now. And then how to explain the drawers in time. So in your physical storage and in your hard storage or external hard drives, you need to separate your folders into like drawers, time drawers. My hard drive is clean enough, so I'm okay with with you all looking at what it looks like. So you see how I have it separated, like jar 0, jar 1, jar 2, jar 3, jar 4, and jar 5, based on different time periods.
Can anybody, I actually can't see your file organization. I'm still seeing the database.
Okay, hold on.
Let me see. Oh, there we go. Okay.
Okay. Can you see now?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so in your hard drive is really where you want to first start organizing things. So basically it's like create a new folder in your hard drive, and then inside of that folder it's going to have additional folders that are separated by time. Depending on how far back your archive goes, you can notate that there. So essentially you're going to be organizing your photographs in your hard drive and in the database at the same time. Does that make sense? So for mine, I know the oldest photograph that I have come across is in 1940, and I just separated them into 20-year time spans and then 10-year time spans, from 1970 to 79, 1980 to 1989, 1990 to 1999, 2000, 2009, 2010 to 2021, and I'll probably end up adding that 2022 to 2032 for a jar 6. And then any photographs that like I started scanning in and don't know the dates, they kind of go into this undated bucket before I process that. Does that make sense?
Yep, totally. So it's curated to a large degree, right? You're sort of curating. Certainly, I'm guessing like with the more recent stuff, given how prolifically we produce images now.
Yeah, well, and even with see, I don't have anything in here because I haven't had time to kind of to do it by drawers yet, but I have them in this undated of what I've scanned. But yeah, it is making a choice of what you want to put in the hard drive in that sense. Like, I'm definitely not gonna put all of my photos from my phone in 2022 to into that new folder. Like is definitely a process of, okay, these were the photographs that were important to me and I'm going to scan them or upload them and put them in this folder, so that I can put them in the custodial database when it's time. And so that the drawer and time system is mirrored here in the custodial database. So like I said, it's basically a connection to the digital jar that lives in your digital storage space there. So you have the same drawers that you have in your hard drive. They need to be mirrored here. So I need to update this as if I was to customize it to what my hard drive looks like. I would need to update this to, or have the jar 0 as 1940 through 19 whatever, and make them the correct time periods to reflect my hard drive. So you're not like cross interpreting the information.
Sierra, would you mind showing us one more time where you set those parameters? Because I know you showed us on the first column. Where do you establish your drawers for that? Like, where did you write all those out?
Okay, yeah. I don't know why this extension keeps timing out. So again, I thought it. Oh, so again, you would just go back to the description.
Okay.
It won't, well, okay, never mind. Don't do that.
And
Basically,
it's, oh yeah, go on.
so basically you could be formatting this description box
Mhm.
like this. So you have your header of key persons, right?
Uh-huh.
And then you could have a header of digital drawers.
Oh, great. So then the header will establish, it knows then to link it to that column within the database.
Well, no, you have to manually but
Okay,
for you to prepare yourself, you could type everything out here,
okay.
like saying D1 is 1940 through 1959 or 69. And then so essentially the first kind of task is to update this description to put as much information in 1970 to 1979, D1, 1989, my bad, D2, D3 is 1990 to 1999, D4, 2000, made it. D5, 2010 through 2020 or 2011. Okay. 2021. And D6 is 2022, 2032. Again, I can't count or type. So, because they're already here, they're already, when you copy the base, they're already customized into the base here. But if you want to change them for any reason, or like I said, add that D6, 20, and then you can always update this to 2020. Did that kind of answer your question?
Yes, it definitely did. Thank you.
Yeah. So yeah, this description kind of thing, just think of it as a Google Doc and any relevant information. So if we're coming here again, sorry, I'm kind of jumping around. If we know that I'm I'm just gonna go by, I'm just gonna type it as it is. Myself, date 23/1992. Living. So now you have kind of like the information that you already need to put here, and then just do the same for every single person after that. So that's kind of like your pre-homework before even getting into the even getting into the database. I'm really bad at building and working at the same time. So this is kind of like your accountability partner to say, have all your information here. So just in case something gets messed up in your database or something deletes, then you'll always have it here. And of course, still, like once you have everything here in this extension, I always recommend having it in another form of document. So that Google Drive form or Google Drive document, or if you've written it down, then that's your like backup for this, because this can also kind of go away whenever it likes. So you just want to make sure your information is covered in at least 2 to 3 spaces. Going back here, so oh, sorry. I'm actually gonna I'm gonna choose a photograph. That's what I need to do. I'm gonna choose a photograph. So I'm going back to my hard drive. And what photo do I want to work with? Let's do this one. So this is just image 6. Did I change this for some reason? Apologies for a second. I know. Well, I'm just gonna add it so I won't waste any time. And I'll follow back up with how it's changed. So if you copied the base before I made that change, you want to make sure that you have a attachment field that has photograph that you rename as like the photograph. I'm not sure where it went for the last time. So if someone is in the chat, can they let me know that they have that photo, they made that column for themselves for the photograph, and then you're able to now attach something.
Let me see if it works for me. Hold on. Let's see. Let's see. Hold on. Yeah, I think it's coming. Hold on. Because you pull it off of, I just need to grab it from desktop.
Well, no, like in your I didn't see where like uh it was a space for me to attach the photograph that I was working with. Or maybe oh,
Wait, hold on. I
I
think
think
I might be on the wrong tab. Hold on a second. Let me go back to your screen. Yeah, because under there. And then are you looking at the actual object? Okay, you're looking at the digital.
okay, that never mind. Hold on.
Okay,
Sorry about that, guys.
no problem.
The last time I taught this, I changed like the names and stuff. So yeah. Okay, this is right. So the column that says digital copy and scan,
Mhm.
you want to move that to to the right of location. So that's the first thing that you do is add that digital copy or scan.
Okay. And then you add the you can drag and drop the actual scan in, right?
Right, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Um and I know why that was over there. Because originally I had taught this from a lens of um looking at physical photographs,
Mhm.
and you would write the description first of the photograph.
Do you ever correlate like if you've got a physical object, do you ever include like a location for the physical object as well as the digital object?
Uh, yes and no. I haven't done it on the custodial database, but
Mhm.
um, it just depends because it changes based on person. That's more of like a personal, um, like a observation or a personal kind of like how you would order that.
Uh-huh. That makes sense. Yeah.
Uh,
Okay.
so
It worked for me. I'm sure it's working for others too to get that image up in there. So,
yeah. So whatever image that you have, um, if you're working with physical images, then you would basically do the same thing for this, but you would be writing a description.
okay.
And so this photo, I know it's like in between 1980 and 1999, but I don't know the actual date. So this little reminder tells you if you know the actual date, then you can place it there. Otherwise, leave it empty. But I do know that it's in that particular time period. And then for the title, it's Kiara and Sierra King sitting on the couch, looking at parents wedding album. And for the title, it doesn't have to be that long. Like I can just put Kiera and Sierra King looking at the wedding album. I mean, sitting on the couch. Sorry. And then for the actual description, that's when you can like elongate it to where is that like if you did know, you can add other information like that. The size of this would be 4 by 6 inches. And I have size as a single line text, but what might be helpful, like I did the last time on that other field, was to customize this again and make it a single select. So make it a multiple select to where that you can add those additional options so you're not typing all the time. So if you know you have 4x6s, 8 inches by 10 inches, 11 inches by 14 inches, 16 by 20. These are just standard sizes that I know off the top of my head. And so now you could go into any one and just click it instead of typing. I'm all about speeding up the processing, so that changed as we spoke. And for condition, so what is that photograph's condition in? And I know that there's a physical version of that, and it's in pretty good condition. And when I say condition, and either when you want to think about that, you can also add those condition notes for yourself here over in your description thing. So to give you a note about how you think about your condition photograph. So let's just say condition is good, fair, or bad. And they have like formal descriptions and condition, like what you call it. 15 minutes left. Okay. Formal descriptions across, but you can either find that online or just take your own best judgment for that. And then for the collection, it's really just saying like portraits of professional photos, family photos, at work and at rest. And really, it just depends on how you want to define that collection. So I know that is a family photo that I was working with, the one on the couch. And then how you want to connect it back to these persons is I'm going to connect it to myself, and I'm also going to connect it to my sister that I didn't put there. So now when you go back to this key, it'll show you the photograph here.
And that was under the name of, so when you double clicked on that from that top line, you just double clicked and then it gave you all the object data. Is that right? And if you've got like multiple photographs, say you've got like 50 photographs of you in the database, how does it display?
I'll just show you on mine.
Okay.
And I may end up having to go back and fix that custodial database because there, but you see all the photos that I have inputted here. I know what I changed. I made the title the first thing and then the drawer, but I'll fix it for you guys and get everything so you can have the correct database. I apologize about that. So that you can link it correctly. But like if I go back here to see my name, connected like,
oh, okay, I see. That's great.
you'll start seeing it connected there. And same for the journals and the audio. But what I need to do for the custodial database is to reconfigure it for you all so that your title, when you connect it to the person, it shows their name rather than the title. Does that make sense? or the location. So I'm gonna get all of the correct links and everything um, to the University of Oregon and the libraries, and y'all can either redo your database in that correct way or just take what you learned here to kind of best configure it for what you're working with currently. But yeah, the end goal for everything is to start connecting these key persons. Where's my grandmother? Here she is. So start connecting these key persons to their own photographs.
Mhm.
And you can see I started inputting the magazine collection that I have, and I connected these to my grandmother because they have her name on the address.
Mhm.
So just like you would see the photos start getting connected, you will start seeing the magazines. Questions? Where can we find instructions? Everything will be updated on my website. So right now, if you go to learn and it says week 1, it'll have the descriptions and correct way you need to go to kind of go slower through the custodial database. And then same type of thing, I'll update the link so it has the correct connections to it. And then kind of explain it. It explains more, gets more into explaining how the key persons, how you can read it across, and then connecting your photographs to that. Does that make sense?
We can also, Sierra, we'll put all of this onto the Memory Works website too of UO, so that way it's another point of contact.
Yeah, for sure. Just had a few glitches, but we're gonna make it. We're gonna get there. And with the description part, which what I was talking about, if you don't want to start working in the database at first, but want to start describing photos, you have this here as well to do that either in a document or write on description cards. Did anybody else have any other questions?
Sarah, it looks like there's a question in the chat. It's from Leah Kerr. It says, can you show us an example of digital files in a collection?
Like in my hard drive, like here?
I think maybe from the database, is that right, Leah? Like if is it possible to facet on the collections within the database and see in the same way that you associate it with people, can you associate it with collection too?
Oh yeah. So they're separated by tabs. So like when you're in your photo collection, you'll be in this photo tab, and you'll have them here, and you can open them up as like separate photos, but then you'll start seeing who they're connected to in the photo as well. And same for any other like collection. You see it as its own collection.
Mhm.
And magazines is an entirely different entirely different beast of working with. But I haven't inputted any journals or any audio into it, but it's pretty I guess self-explanatory, just naming it, any notes you have, and attaching the audio. And the same it has the same kind of linkage to say I want to link this audio to this person, right? So it will be linked and then it'll show up in their key person's situation here. Does that make sense, Leah? Well, I appreciate y'all. I felt like the workshop went by like way faster than the presentation. Um, but as always, I'll be updating the website, and like I said, updating the database, and you can sign up for my newsletter here. And when you sign up for the newsletter, it'll just let you know when the other weeks are available, or when I made any changes to my own custodial database that you can implement on your own. But like I said, the one that you have, or at least copied today, it's just a base of where you can go with your archive. It's not anything that is set in stone. You can always think about it being malleable to what you're doing, and flexible to where you are in your own like archiving practice.
Sarah, can I ask a question? Do you know how easy it is to get data out of the interface? Like, can you export things easily in case tabletop changes their, sort of support structure or something like that, and you wanted to put it somewhere else? Have you ever tried to do that?
They do have it to where is it? It might be by table, to where they let you import it. I know the question that you're asking, to export the data, right?
Yeah, just how easily is it done? And it's no big deal. I was just curious if it's something that you've, it's not, not a big deal. I just thought I'd ask.
I haven't done it with my table yet, so that's why I'm kind of like checking around. But I do know, but because I don't know why I like doing double work for some reason. I have a master, just a master's number sheet of just information, like same type of deal that I was kind of doing over in the description thing. I was doing here, but this one kind of works differently than what I was. But if you want to build out like a master sheet like this, and like instead of using the description to have your information, so you could do a full name, birthday, preferred name, and kind of mirror that over into the Airtable to do that. Does that answer the question, kind of?
Yeah, that's great. I mean, it seems like a super powerful tool, right? I mean, it seems like you can just do so much with it. So yeah, thank you.
Great. So if anyone has any other questions, feel free to add it to the Q&A and Sarah can answer them.
And if you don't, I guess my tip is kind of like, if you don't get overwhelmed by the custodial database, like you can always start with your archive by just doing the descriptions for the physical photos one by one. Like that's where I always tell people to start if they're overwhelmed by the database. But like the database is like level 2, but you have to the kind of caveat is that a lot of people start describing photos or like doing the captions and things like that, but don't maintain an inventory. So whereas that like you just get left with photos that have the captions and things, but don't have a full inventory of what you're looking at or have available in like your home or wherever.
There's a question from Leah. Can this tool be continued for free? Do you pay a service for it, a service fee for it, Sierra?
The custodial database is you can have it to on your account for free for as free as you want to, but it does have certain limits as far as like I know it has like up to like 2,500 like attachments, and then sometimes it may have if your attachments get too big, then it might have a limit there. So that's why it's when you get to your database, it's almost like you were saying, Danielle, that like curation process of thinking at the same time, like what's important, what information is the most important for me to put this here.
That makes sense. And then is tabletop free as a tool, or is it something that do you pay a subscription for it?
Oh, it's Airtable. No, I don't.
I'm sorry, I keep calling it tabletop. Sorry, my brain.
It's
Airtable. Sorry about that.
No, I have the free version. I have like
Okay.
credits from like the referrals that I get, but I haven't used them yet. But I have the free. I'm still working on the free
The
version.
free version. Okay, that's awesome. Thank you.
And generally this workshop is like almost 2 hours, so I have a lot more time to kind of work through and like answer your like personal questions to your database, because it is really a personal experience when you start customizing it, so that you're putting in the correct information for your family and not just like going off of like the generic like what works for my family.
I'm sitting here trying to hold on my questions till I get to do the the Q&A, because I'm like, oh, I can't wait.
Well, that's actually a good segue into our the closing of our plenary, doing a wrap up roundup. So I'm going to mute myself and give all the speakers an opportunity to come together. And Teresa, you said that you have some questions. Do you want to start us off? I know Dr. Johnson is here. Her camera will be off because she's en route. She is in traffic, but she is here with us.
Absolutely.
I know that.
And I was going to say, I do invite anyone from the U of O libraries to stay on as well, because I know that y'all have a lot of questions. And one of the reasons that we're doing this event is so that we can inform people, we can provide outreach for the projects that we believe are very important to our future and to the future of how we see building archives and having them and securing them and building foundations for them. So I want to thank you again, Sierra. I was telling my friend Latanya, who is on here, that I was like crying tears of happy joy. I was like, dang, I don't know if I should my cheeks hurt from smiling through the presentation, but I couldn't stop crying either, because I'm looking at family in a space where I remember those days. And, since COVID and separating and not being connected like we used to, you get to missing and even reflecting on times that we've had that a lot of time we didn't have time and space to reflect on. So going through that presentation and being reminded about my grandmother's house and, being with family and seeing family photos on the walls and on the fireplace mantle and in the photo albums, and seeing all those disposable cameras all over the place and the envelopes with the pictures and the film from the pictures being developed, just all those different memories. Trying to, write on the back of the pictures before we put them in the photo album, identifying people, learning about them. Just all of that is so important. And when we're talking about memory work for Black lives, I think it's super important that we do learn how to document, because even through your workshop that we just went through, I started thinking about the displaced children that go through like foster care because of mass incarceration, and how that separation and into the state, you're kind of displaced from your family and your community and those experiences. And the way that you were building these grids where you get to identify the family members and kind of connect them with different social experiences or their pictures, or different memories or different items. It's good to be able to connect that for those people that are looking for their families or want to be familiar with people that might be attached to their families. So I'm hoping it's a whole social movement where that becomes our new photo album, because we had address books that had enough information for you to put birthdays, holidays, who you buying what for. Like my grandmother's address book used to be raggedy. But then it turned into like the photo albums and notebooks. And, now we have technology. So we have everybody in our contacts on our phones and computers. But how secure and how useful is that contact? I know on Facebook, pictures, start to fade out, or you might be reminded by them because of the Facebook memories, but it's not a really useful tool for you. You're not coming together during the holidays, pulling up Facebook and looking through pictures like we did when we were kids. And nobody's sitting around taking pictures and sharing them with everybody. It might go to somebody's IP and everybody else will get tagged later. But I'm excited about, you continuing the work that you do and how you presented it. And I'm hoping that this program is useful for maybe even connecting it to build with Leah, and other people were asking about like, oh, I want more. And I'm like, your website has it all. But we also have this as evidence that you've done it with us. And I'm thankful for that. And any thoughts that you had about the plenary and your part and the roles that you take in before I get to Dr. Johnson?
Yeah, I think, like you said, it just made me, I really had presented my work in this way. When people ask me about how I got into archiving, I always have always started with Kathleen Cleaver. But I knew that in this way, I was able to ground my work in my familial experience and being able to give reverence to my grandmother for like just her being that first curator and that first archivist that I was involved with. And that's really where it started. And so I wanted to just pay homage to that and walk people through my grandmother's living room, because even now it's not that living room. Our family bought the house back in after she passed, but they've painted over the house. The living room is not the same. One of my aunts lives there now, but it's just not the same, right? And so it's an entirely different experience when you walk into that house rather than like when I was younger. And so that is just a testament to saying how detrimental it is to document those sites of resistance that Bell Hooks was talking about, because things change, either for the good or for the bad. But just as the room that I'm sitting in now, this used to be my grandmother's sitting room, right? And she had it as decorated in some way, and the chair over there is now my bookcase. But 5 years ago, that wasn't right. That wasn't the case, right? So your rooms change, your environments change, but just being adamant about documenting them so that your memories aren't as ephemeral, so to speak. But even after that person passes, or even after you decide to renovate your house, you're still able to show people how you connected to those spaces and show people how those spaces impacted who you were then and how you become now. And so I think that is like the general takeaway to it. And I'm not the only one doing this type of work. I know Sheila Bright, she's also documented suburban spaces. Sadie Burnett, she's also taken some of her familial documents and recreated different spaces from her memories and her family environments. Camilla Janan Rashad, she also works with archival texts and bringing them back into spaces. So it's just me adding a different context, but I think my general takeaway is that like your grandmama's house is not going to always be there, so you want to make sure that like to hold on to that to some extent, And also it's just that, like, when you're speaking to unhoused people or people who go through different housing experiences, sometimes it is, it's just good for them to hold on to those spaces in that way so that they just remember who they are, you know? Because I know that everyone
Exactly.
is not in a housing situation that may be perfect to them or perfect to their experience. So I also recognize that everyone doesn't have a grandmother's living room that they can walk into.
Exactly. And I was going to say that when I first started doing advocacy work for our unhoused community, most of the things that I realized were that when they would do sweeps and things like that, where they would come and, throw away people's belongings, that the belongings were their pictures, their memories, their photos, their phone numbers, items that they had that were connected to memory and experiences and people that they loved. And when you're living outside, just being that vulnerable, but being able to have pieces of your life before those experiences or prior to those experiences that keep you, human, keep you alive, keep you safe, in your mind while you're dealing with that is so important. And I'm again thankful that you're creating this space where we get to talk about these things and have these conversations, because we know that in our communities, of course, we are vulnerable, but we've never stopped fighting. We've never given up on documenting. I mean, one of the things that got me into archiving was finding my great grandmother's scrapbooks and being like, whoa, this is old school stuff like the 1800s. And then realizing that my aunt had, pictures of our family from the 1700s. And then my great aunt had like a bill of lading from, the ships, and this other document that showed a proof of payment for, enslaved people that were my grandparents. And I'm like, what the heck? Like, there's so much information that once presented to me created this whole social environment in my mind that ended up becoming, activism. And once I started documenting the family and how we were able to live, in of an oppressive state, it became easy and necessary to document the daily routine of organizing and activism, because you wanted to inspire and encourage people, and you also wanted to provide and access evidence to continue the movement work. And so the work that y'all are doing, I'm always thinking like y'all are the superheroes of the movement, because you have the evidence that keeps us going. And I just thank you for bringing that to your generation in the way that you are, because we are, the baby boomers are the elders now, and there's so many of them, but I don't think that they documented their stories and their lives and their experiences the way their parents did. And so for the youth to encourage that, that's an amazing opportunity for all of us. And thank you for being here. Dr. Johnson, I know that you're listening and that your video is not on, but I just wanted to thank you so much for bringing up the importance of repositories and institutional support, not exploitation and not taking, but to providing the provision that we need to start sustaining these type of archives and the development of the educational assets for people in our community. When I first did the panel for the unconference for the Liberated Archives, it was so important to me because I had found so much evidence in audits about things that we were fighting and reasons that people had fought before us that connected us to dismantling policy. And no one would fund that. You talk about doing an audit to a state agency, and people want to fight you tooth and nail to tell you how bureaucrats aren't going to provide that resource. But if you have people in your community that already know how to access that resource, and institutions that are paying for us to have access to that information, and intentionally creating those ports of opportunity, we could really be doing a lot of work together rather than fighting, because I think at the end of the day, even though we do live under this hold of white supremacist culture, there are so many people that are, we're talking about generations, so they're not going to always be here. And I think we have, not only through our movement work, but through social change, an opportunity to create and establish a new foundation of thinking and moving forward. So thank you for all of the work that you're doing. And I would love your takeaways on this plenary and your call to action for our communities at large that might be tuning in. Thank you so much. I'm so long-winded, y'all. Sorry.
No, you are absolutely fine. I think like I mentioned before, it's a call to action, because the reality of it is, the older we get, we're supposed to be putting people in our place. So the young archivists that are doing innovative work like Sierra, I mean, it's amazing. For example, when I discovered this research, it had been this particular collection that I processed as a new archivist. The collection had been sitting there since it transferred from Peabody to Fisk in 1947. So there's so many, and be very clear that this is just one of many stories we do not know. It is so much our job to replenish the workers in Black memory work, because that's how the stories are going to get discovered. There's so many historically Black colleges and universities, historical societies, local community archives that have these hidden stories. So if we're going on to administration, I no longer archive hands-on, but it is my job to make sure I'm replenishing the profession, to make sure that I am sharing the knowledge that someone shared with me, the things that I've learned over the years. It's a pay it forward to make sure it's being paid back kind of situation. You know what I mean? So yeah, that is really our primary call, not only to the profession, but in the practice, but also making sure that we are teaching and producing practical archivists who, what I call, are activist archivists. Not just people who are processing the paper because they're simply interested or they like history, but people who are going to advocate and do the outreach work. We've seen librarianship evolve from what they initially called librarians as keeper of books, and then gatekeepers, and we've seen the evolution of librarianship to the point now where it's all about activism. It's all about access to all people in all forms, that service to all. Now we are seeing right before our eyes, or I would say for the past 10 plus years, but still fairly recent, where we're producing and turning out, or our current archivists are activist archivists. So the question is, when we make this call, do we just want to fill seats that are no longer taken, or do we want activists? And I think the latter is the answer, because at least it's the answer for me. I don't want to just, even in my hiring, I don't want to just hire someone for a job. Tell me how much you care about this. Tell me what your platform is. I want to make sure, one, we're a good fit, but you are an activist through and through for the memory work that's necessary, especially for BIPOC and marginalized communities. Archives as a tradition, which is not an American tradition, it came out of the need to document the French Revolution. And who was in the French Revolution? White men. So a lot of people are like, why are our history books like this? And they're leaving out so much, because it was determined that the only history we needed to document was that of white men. So not women, not anybody of color, any LGBTQIA plus group, none of that, right? So we have to do the catch-up work. You see across the board, we are documenting BIPOC, marginalized communities more than ever before. We are serious about it because there's been such a neglect intentionally, just by historians, right? So we need to feel our call to action is really about making sure we are producing practical professionals who are activists in this profession.
And I'm glad you said a lot of that, because what I noticed even after the 2020 protest, and what I noticed after the 2014 protests, where you have this renewed, promise from institutions that have been upholding white supremacy and benefiting from it. You have them making a concerted effort or statement to say that they will invest in dismantling that. And they end up hiring, like, the DEI people, and they come in and they talk to them about their microaggressions and all this other stuff. And we never get to the root cause of the systemic abuse that's happening within those corporations, those institutions, or those agencies, because there's no historical context in delivering what we would call a resolution. It's like, oh, if we're all nice to each other, or if we meditate, or if we do self-care, and it's like, none of those things are going to happen. And you don't need to teach white people about white supremacy. They know so much more than we do. You know what I'm saying? They're
Right.
learning it, and they have acknowledged it, and they know that they have that privilege. And we don't have to continue wasting our breath doing it, but we do need people to do their research so that we can
Right.
have a model and system of education that is formulated based on fact.
Right. And be okay with the model changing. I always tell people, you have a goal in mind. You can stick to the goal, but be flexible in how you reach it. That means, and this answers the question in the chat, collaboration, partnership. And I mean untraditional collaboration and partnership. One of the things I did for a number of institutions, I got out of my office. So instead of seeing archives as, just holders or keepers of knowledge, go to the places. Collaborate in ways that your organization and your institution has not done so traditionally, especially academic archives and university or special collections. Get out of the office.
Yes.
You have to be intentional about, just like we're intentional about acquisitions, you have to be intentional about partnerships and collaborations. That's one of the key ways I've propelled my career, is because I know how to have a simple conversation. I know how to inform people, but also, educate them on the value and the impacts of having these stories long term, having that research relatability, being able to say, you know what, I know we can do something together. Let me figure it out. And if you can't figure, and please know you don't have to have all the answers. You don't have to have, oh yes, we can do this right now. Just say, let me figure it out. I know that we can assist you. Go to the faculty meetings, go to the student organization meetings, show up in presence. I was even chair for the university's research council. All of those things in your role brings attention to the archives. Don't think that the attention is just going to come to you. No, it doesn't work like that anymore. Wherever information is, that's where we must go. So we have to get outside of ourselves. And I'm very much so an introvert, believe it or not. But because I love this profession so much, if you want to propel, if you want to elevate the platform for advocacy and outreach, it will push you to be extroverted situationally, but push you to be extroverted for this profession. You have to get comfortable with being uncomfortable.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I am so happy you said all of that, because I'm like, even with how we got here now, we were doing something for one department and we contacted the library for support in getting our, copyright edits, all kinds of information to formulate a artistic installation. And because of that, we got into talking about, like, what kind of resources do y'all have so that we can not only have these art installations, but so that we can bring the information that is inspiring us to do these art installations to the bigger public that has the power and the management and the resource to create standards. Like, how do we get into that? And then how do we publish our work so that we don't have to keep doing the work continuously? We can use what we've already done to share and to build practice. And so, we're here, we don't know where we'll go, but all of the people that have put this program together are committed to this being the beginning, not the end, not the one-off, not the, the plateau. We're like just now getting started. So I'm very, very excited. Any other thoughts from any of the panelists on this group that helped put it together? I know Danielle was unmuted for a minute, but I think she must be screaming with her mute on.
No, I think, Aisha, you answered all my questions. I think one of the things from the archive perspective is how to build that trust. The archive is, as you said, traditionally the repository of the patriarch, right? And here we are trying to expand the scope of our collection, but we have to do it in this ethical and responsible way where we're not asking people to give us stuff. That's where I'm really interested in where post-custodial archiving is going, where it's more of a partnership and less of a, like, we're gonna take your stuff and we're then the authorities of it. But it's like making this paradigm shift is it's uncharted territory. Teresa and I were talking about this yesterday. It's like, how do we do this? I'm not aware of a roadmap. If there's a roadmap out there, let me know.
I am. You give back some of the stolen property and you fund it through some of those endowments that you have now. There's such a courtesy that is presented to people with privilege that they don't have to wait till February to be acknowledged. You know what I'm saying? They don't have to wait till a holiday to be acknowledged because of the attributions and the assets that they've provided. So we know that most institutions of higher learning have received assets and labor from our generation, our ancestors, and why not reparate that in our communities? We shouldn't have to go to the institutions to have spaces to, preserve and document and archive and steward things that are important to us in archives, and especially the information and the education. We know that getting access to education is a barrier for so many people, even accessing forms that would get you loans to get in. If you show interest, a lot of that is not clearly accessible. That's where these institutions that want to be allies need to start coming in. I'm sorry, Dr. Johnson.
No, you're fine. I absolutely agree. I'll give another perspective as well. One of the things, Danielle, that I remember this encounter like it just happened because it floored me. So one of the things I tell my students is that acquisition is not always the end goal. Preservation is. Yeah. That's always the end goal, because I've had I remember this one particular institution quite some time ago. A history professor came to me, a white history professor came to me and said, oh, well, there's this Native American tribe, the chief just passed, they have all this history, and, we need to acquire it. So do you want to go with me? And, because I was head of special collections and archives at the time, and I said, I'm more than happy to speak with them. But I said, I want you to know that my goal will not be to acquire these things. Because one, I'm a Black person. Two, I understand the Native American history. Three, with BIPOC communities, there's no trust for institutions. And that understanding in itself was able to put me in a very privileged position to be able to be amongst them. Right. And because I wasn't approaching them with the attitude of, I want your things, right? I understand the history. I understand that lack of trust there. And I explained it to that professor, and they didn't get it. They were just like, but we will be the right place for it. And I'm like, that's not always the situation. What we want to do is we want to go in and assess what they have and educate them on how to preserve it, and then partner with them if they would like for us to take the items and digitize them, but we need to give them back all their original material. We are not here to always collect original material. Sometimes it's just a privilege to have digital surrogates. Yes, absolutely. And for us, exactly. So we have to change the thought process that acquisitions is the end goal. No, preservation is, education is, teaching them how to preserve the materials, because and the only reason this professor came to me is because that's how they approached them. And they were not even willing to let them in their on their land, within their tribe. And I said, you can't do that. It automatically makes a guarded people even more guarded. And because there is a lack of trust between all BIPOC communities and institutions, they can just shut you out. So we went in and, assessed the material, and I took it as an educational bit to show them what they needed to purchase, scanners, things of that nature, where to and not keep their things because of, this was in Florida, so, swampland, right? The whole different level of humidity. So we have to be mindful of things of that nature. So it was, of course, and there also, people tend to go in to acquire materials at the wrong time. Oftentimes materials are acquired when someone passes away. That level of sensitivity that's needed is not something you learn. It's something you have. It is innate. It is a part of your character. It is empathy. It is sympathy. And it's either you have these things or you don't. Some things can be taught, but that the level of discernment of when to approach people. These people, this tribe's chief had just died. So they're mourning, a generation of knowledge loss, and the son is trying to fill his father's shoes, but in a more modern way. So you have to be mindful of all of these things. And when you want to build those partnerships, you must approach it as an educational opportunity that ends in preservation and not necessarily acquisitions. It changes how people will approach you, how they will interact with you.
I keep going back to your earlier comment about relentless advocacy, right? And it's at that level. It's not about the institution. It's about the collection or the people.
Exactly.
It's not, because
right.
Yeah.
That's a level, and it really doesn't matter what someone's giving you. If they're giving you something that documents something of importance to them, it takes trust, and building those relationships takes time and trust. I remember in another situation, of course, because we're in the South, a young, an elderly woman who was an amazing bibliophile. And I mean, we're all types of work within the Library of Congress, and we were looking to acquire papers and some of her original first editions. And I can't tell you how many biscuits and lemonade I had for 6 months building a relationship with this elderly white woman. But she welcomed me in her home, and we had so much. We talked more about her life, her late husband, her family history, and then eventually, randomly one day, she's like, "Well, let me show you the material." But that's relationship building. And I don't care if you look like the people or you don't. I've worked with Black organizations that had severed relationships with institutions, and I wanted to go and repair those relationships. It still takes time, because trust building takes time. And you got to have patience. You can't just go in and say, well, they're not trying to hear anything I got to say. Well, I guess they don't care about their materials. No, it's the absolute opposite. They care so much. They want to make sure they're making the right decisions. It takes a lot of time, a lot of time. Relentless advocacy is just that. It's relentless.
I love it. I love it. I'm here for all of it. Well, we did that, y'all. Day one is behind us.
I think we have. Do we have time for one more question? We have a raised hand.
Okay.
I don't
right
know.
on. Whoever knows how to give
Can
them
you enable that?
Sure, this is for Jeremy. I'm going to allow you to talk now. Oh, their hand just went down.
Oh, maybe it went down.
Well, they can send it to us. We'll be able to open up tomorrow with any questions. If they send the questions to us tonight, we can give them to our speakers from today, and we can answer those questions during some of our downtime. Thank you for everybody that has tuned in. Thank you again for all of our sponsors, especially all of our panelists and presenters and workshops. Everybody share tomorrow's links so that we can make sure that Makiwa Foster and Rachel Winston have as great of an audience with as much questions as this group has had. And if anybody would love to see the plenary and the exhibition, it'll be recorded and set up on the website, Memory Work for Black Lives. And our exhibit at the University of Oregon Libraries will be up until spring of 2023. So we hope that people get a chance to check it out. Thank y'all for participating in our social justice art project. Black Power.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us.